Today, I've prepared the biography of Charles Dickens. Before you fall asleep, make sure to tell us from where you're listening and what time it is. Now, calm down and listen to the story while falling asleep. I'm wishing you a cozy and comfortable night. As you settle into your bed, nestled under warm blankets, let's drift together into the Victorian era, where the fog rolls through London's cobblestone streets and gas lamps cast gentle glows through the mist. Charles Dickens, one of literature's most beloved storytellers, lived in this world of contrasts, a world of both harsh realities and profound human connection. His words have comforted generations, and tonight, his life story will guide you into peaceful slumber. Let his journey from humble beginnings to literary greatness gently carry you toward your dreams. In the quiet mists of a bygone era, when the world moved at a gentler pace and the soft glow of gaslight was just beginning to illuminate the cobblestone streets of London, a child was born who would one day capture the very essence of Victorian England in his words. Charles John Huffam Dickens came into this world on the 7th of February in the year 1812 in a modest home on the island of Portsea, near Portsmouth, England. The winter air was crisp and cool as this new life began, unaware of the remarkable journey that awaited him. The Dickens family welcomed little Charles as the second of 8 children born to John and Elizabeth Dickens. His father, John, was a naval clerk who worked in the payroll office of the British Navy. John Dickens was a warm-hearted man, known for his cheerful disposition and generous nature. He possessed a gift for storytelling and a love of literature that he would pass down to his son. Elizabeth, Charles's mother, was a woman of gentle temperament who nurtured her children with care, though she would later become the inspiration for some of the more distant maternal figures in her son's novels. The early years of Charles's life were spent in the comfort of a middle-class existence. The family's home was filled with the soft sounds of siblings at play, the gentle crackle of fires in winter, and the soothing cadence of his father's voice as he read aloud from books in the evening. These quiet moments would plant the seeds of storytelling in young Charles's imagination, seeds that would one day grow into some of the most beloved tales in English literature. When Charles was just 4 years old, the family moved to Chatham, Kent, where they would remain for several years. The rolling countryside of Kent, with its verdant meadows and ancient woodlands, provided a picturesque backdrop for his childhood adventures. Here, in this tranquil corner of England, Charles began to develop his keen powers of observation, taking note of the diverse characters and scenes that surrounded him: the slow-moving river, the distant church spires, the weathered faces of local tradespeople. All of these images would be stored away in his memory, to be drawn upon in years to come. The Dickens household in Chatham was a place of modest comfort. The rooms were warmed by coal fires in winter, and the windows were often left open in summer to allow the sweet scent of English gardens to drift through. Young Charles would often sit by these windows, gazing out at the world beyond, his mind already beginning to weave stories from the tapestry of life he observed. It was during these formative years that Charles discovered the joy of reading. His father possessed a small collection of books, which the boy devoured with insatiable curiosity. The works of Henry Fielding, Tobias Smollett, and Daniel Defoe transported him to worlds of adventure and intrigue. The characters from these novels became his companions, walking alongside him through the drowsy afternoons of his childhood in the soft glow of candlelight. Long after he should have been asleep, Charles would often be found with a book in hand, lost in the gentle rhythm of words on a page. The family's circumstances, however, were about to change. When Charles was 10 years old, they moved to Camden Town in London, a decision that would alter the course of his life. London, in the early 19th century, was a city of contrasts, a place where elegant carriages rolled past beggars huddled in doorways, where grand houses stood in the shadow of squalid tenements. The streets were a symphony of sounds. The distant toll of church bells, the calls of street vendors, the clip-clop of horses' hooves on cobblestones, and the gentle murmur of the River Thames as it flowed beneath the city's bridges. Shortly after their arrival in London, the Dickens family's financial situation began to deteriorate. John Dickens, though loving and well-intentioned, was not skilled at managing money. His habit of living beyond his means led to mounting debts, creating a soft but persistent undercurrent of anxiety in the household. Young Charles, sensitive to the changing atmosphere at home, began to sense the fragility of his family's position. The clouds of financial difficulty grew darker, and when Charles was just 12 years old, a life-altering event occurred. His father was arrested for debt and sent to the Marshalsea debtors' prison. In the quiet shock that followed, the family's possessions were sold to pay creditors, and their home was lost. All except for Charles were sent to live with John in the prison, as was the custom of the time. This separation from his family was a profound wound that would never fully heal. Instead of joining his family in Marshalsea, young Charles was sent to work at Warren's blacking factory, a warehouse where shoe polish was manufactured and bottled. The factory stood near the murky waters of the Thames, in a building that smelled of chemicals and damp. Here, in this dim and cheerless place, the once carefree boy spent long hours pasting labels onto bottles of boot blacking. The gentle rhythm of his earlier life was replaced by the monotonous routine of factory work. The days at Warren's blacking factory stretched endlessly before him. Charles would rise before the sun had fully warmed the London sky, make his way through streets still wrapped in morning mist, and take his place among other working children. The factory windows let in little light, and the air was thick with the acrid smell of the blacking. As his small fingers worked methodically, his mind would often drift back to the comfort of his earlier childhood, or forward to dreams of a different future. Each evening, Charles would make his solitary way to a lodging house in Little College Street, where he rented a small room. The walk took him through streets where gas lamps cast pools of gentle light on the pavement, past shops closing for the day, and alongside other weary workers heading home. In his small room, with its single bed and simple furnishings, he would fall into exhausted sleep, only to rise again the next day to repeat the same routine. On Sundays, Charles would visit his family at the Marshalsea prison. The prison itself was not as forbidding as one might imagine. Debtors were allowed certain freedoms within its walls, and families could visit. Yet, there was an inescapable sadness to these reunions, a quiet acknowledgement of how far they had fallen from their former life. The boy would sit with his parents and siblings in the small room they occupied, listening to his father's still hopeful stories, his mother's quiet reassurances, all the while carrying the weight of his own daily struggles. This period of hardship lasted for only a few months before an unexpected inheritance allowed John Dickens to pay his debts and secure his release from prison. Yet the impact of this experience on young Charles was immeasurable. The memory of those days, the loneliness, the sense of abandonment, the harsh realities of child labor would remain with him throughout his life, informing his writing and fueling his passionate advocacy for social reform. After his father's release, Charles was initially allowed to continue his education at Wellington House Academy. The school was not particularly distinguished, and the teaching methods were often harsh. Yet, for Charles, it represented a return to the world of learning that he had so dearly missed. The classroom, with its wooden desks worn smooth by generations of students, its walls lined with maps and charts, became a sanctuary of sorts. Here, among the gentle rustle of pages and the soft scratch of pencils on paper, he could once again nurture his love of language and story. However, the family's financial troubles were not entirely behind them, and Charles's education was interrupted once more when he was 15. He found employment as an office boy at the law firm of Ellis and Blackmore. The law offices were housed in a building of gray stone, with high ceilings and tall windows that let in streams of dusty sunlight. Charles spent his days copying legal documents in a careful hand, running errands through London's winding streets, and observing the various characters who passed through the firm's doors. During this time, Charles began to develop an interest in journalism and the theater. In the evenings, after the law offices had closed for the day, and the city was settling into its nighttime rhythm, he would often make his way to one of London's many theaters. There, in the hushed darkness, he would watch as actors brought stories to life on stage. The flicker of gas footlights, the swish of costumes, the measured cadence of dramatic dialogue, All of these elements captivated him and further kindled his storytelling instincts. Determined to expand his horizons beyond the law office, Charles taught himself shorthand, a skill that would prove invaluable in his future career. The practice required patience and precision, qualities that would later serve him well in his writing. Hours were spent in the quiet of his room, filling page after page with the curious symbols and abbreviations that made up the shorthand system. His dedication unwavering despite the difficulty of the task. By the age of 17, Charles had secured a position as a court reporter, covering proceedings at the Doctors' Commons. The courts were solemn places where the air seemed heavy with the weight of legal tradition. As he sat recording the day's events, his keen eye noted not just the facts of each case, but the human drama that unfolded before him. The nervous witnesses, the confident barristers, the anxious defendants. Each day brought new stories, new insights into human nature, all of which he stored away like precious treasures. His career in journalism continued to flourish, and at 19, he became a reporter for the Morning Chronicle, covering parliamentary debates and political rallies. This work took him across London and beyond, allowing him to witness the breadth of English society. From the grand halls of Parliament, where politicians debated in measured tones beneath ornate ceilings, to rural town halls where local concerns were aired with passionate intensity, Charles absorbed it all, his understanding of his country and its people growing ever deeper. It was during these years, as a journalist, that Charles began to write fiction. His first published story, A Dinner at Poplar Walk, appeared in the monthly magazine in December 1833. When he was just 21 years old, the story was published anonymously, with no payment offered. Yet the simple joy of seeing his words in print was compensation enough. This modest beginning would lead to a series of sketches and stories published under the pseudonym Boz, a childhood nickname of his younger brother Augustus. These early writings, collected as sketches by Boz, revealed Charles's gift for capturing the essence of everyday life in London. With gentle humor and keen observation, he described the city's streets and inhabitants, bringing to life the bustling markets, the quiet courtyards, the diverse characters who made up the urban landscape. His prose had a soothing quality, a rhythmic flow that carried readers along like a boat on a tranquil stream. As his writing career began to take shape, Charles also found personal happiness. In 1836, at the age of 24, he married Catherine Hogarth, the daughter of his editor at the Evening Chronicle. Their wedding day was blessed with mild weather, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of spring blossoms through the church windows. Catherine, with her quiet demeanor and supportive nature, seemed a perfect match for the increasingly successful young writer. The same year brought professional triumph as well, with the beginning of publication of the Pickwick Papers in monthly installments. What started as a modest commission to provide text for a series of sporting plates, soon evolved into a beloved comic novel, winning Charles widespread acclaim. The Adventures of Mr. Pickwick and his friends captured the public's imagination. Their gentle mishaps and good-natured camaraderie providing a welcome respite from the often harsh realities of Victorian life. And so, from the quiet child born in Portsea, through the hardships of his interrupted childhood, to the emerging writer finding his voice in the bustling world of London journalism, Charles Dickens's early life laid the foundation for one of literature's most remarkable careers. The experiences of these formative years, the warmth of family love, the pain of separation, the drudgery of child labor, the excitement of the theater, the human drama of the courtroom, all would find their way into his novels, transformed by his genius into stories that continue to comfort, entertain, and inspire readers to this very day. As we leave young Charles on the threshold of his great literary career, we can imagine him sitting at his desk by lamplight, pen in hand, the sounds of London's night drifting through his window, a distant church bell, the soft clip of hooves on cobblestones, the gentle sigh of the city settling into darkness. Let us drift further into the story as we explore the next part of this fascinating journey. In the soft glow of a distant past, the family story of Charles Dickens begins to unfold like a gentle river winding through the English countryside. The Dickens family tree extends its roots deep into the soil of England, with branches reaching back through generations of ordinary working people whose lives would one day be transformed into extraordinary literature by their descendant. Let us journey together through this family tapestry, allowing the gentle rhythms of ancestry to soothe our thoughts as we drift into the comforting embrace of history. The Dickens lineage can be traced to the fertile lands of Norfolk and Suffolk in East Anglia, where generations of the family lived as agricultural laborers and domestic servants. These were people who knew the rhythm of the seasons, who understood the gentle turning of the earth beneath their hands, who watched as seeds planted in spring emerged in summer splendor. They were not people of great wealth or notable position, but rather salt-of-the-earth folk who carried with them the authentic experiences of everyday English life that would later infuse Charles's stories with such profound humanity. Charles's paternal grandfather, William Dickens, was a house servant and butler in the household of William Weller, a name that would later resurface in Charles's imagination as the jovial father of Sam Weller in the Pickwick Papers. William Dickens married Elizabeth Ball, and together they lived a quiet life of service, their days flowing from one to another with the steady constancy of people who understood their place in the world. They raised their children with the values of hard work and honesty, qualities that would be passed down through the generations, though sometimes imperfectly realized. Among their children was John Dickens, born in 1785, who would become Charles's father. John was a man of contradictions, possessing a warm heart and generous spirit, but lacking the practical financial sense that might have spared his family much hardship. He worked as a clerk in the Navy Pay Office, a position that carried with it a certain respectability, but modest compensation. John had a love for literature and storytelling that he would pass on to his son, often reading aloud to the family in the evenings, his voice rising and falling like gentle waves as he brought characters to life in their small home. On a warm summer day in 1809, John Dickens married Elizabeth Barrow, whose family connections would add another layer to Charles's heritage. Elizabeth's father, Charles Barrow, worked alongside John at the Navy Pay Office, and through this connection, the two young people met and formed an attachment. Elizabeth brought to the marriage a certain refinement and aspiration for gentility that would sometimes clash with the financial realities of their life together. She was a woman who valued education and proper manners, who dreamed of a comfortable life for her children, dreams that would be repeatedly deferred by circumstances beyond her control. Elizabeth's family had connections to the household staff at Crewe Hall in Cheshire, where her uncle had served as a steward. Stories of life in grand houses, of the customs and habits of the wealthy, would have filtered down through family conversations, providing young Charles with glimpses into a world far removed from his own circumstances. These early impressions of class distinction would later inform his nuanced portrayal of English society in all its complex layers. Into this union of John and Elizabeth were born 8 children, with Charles arriving as the second child and first son on February 7, 1812, in Portsmouth, where John was temporarily stationed. The family's early years were marked by frequent moves, as John's position required, creating in Charles a sense of impermanence that would later manifest in his detailed descriptions of homes and the profound importance of hearth and family in his novels. The Dickens household, despite financial struggles that would eventually lead to John's imprisonment for debt, was one filled with affection and storytelling. Evening gatherings often featured music, with family members singing or playing instruments, their harmonies blending in the soft lamplight. John would sometimes perform conjuring tricks for the children, his hands moving with theatrical flourish as coins appeared and disappeared, sparking in young Charles a lifelong love of magic and performance. Family meals were simple, but served with as much ceremony as circumstances allowed. Elizabeth insisting on proper table manners, even when the fare was modest. The Dickens children learned early the rituals of respectability, the small gestures and habits that signified one's place in society. Charles absorbed these lessons deeply, his keen observational skills noting the minute details of social interaction that would later populate his novels with such vivid authenticity. The extended family played important roles in Charles's early life as well. His maternal grandmother, Mary Barrow, lived with the family for a time, bringing with her stories of an earlier England, tales of coaching days, and rural customs that were already fading as industrialization transformed the landscape. She would sit by the fire on winter evenings, her voice soft and melodic as she recounted tales from her youth. The children gathered around her like small birds seeking warmth and nourishment. Charles's paternal grandmother, Elizabeth Dickens, though not living with the family, remained a presence through correspondence and occasional visits. She represented a connection to the family's rural past, to simpler ways of living that were increasingly rare in an England racing toward modernity. Her letters, read aloud at the table, carried news of distant relatives and gentle reminders of family obligations, weaving threads of connection across miles and years. The family kept alive certain traditions that marked the passing of seasons and celebrated life's milestones. Christmas was observed with special attention, even in lean years, with small gifts exchanged and traditional foods prepared according to recipes passed down through generations. Elizabeth Dickens took particular pride in her plum pudding, its rich aroma filling their modest home with the promise of festivity. These Christmas celebrations would later inspire Charles's portrayal of the holiday in A Christmas Carol, infusing the story with the warmth and generosity he associated with family gatherings. Birthdays were acknowledged with small tokens and perhaps a special meal. John Dickens often composing humorous verses to mark the occasion. These family poems, often read aloud to appreciative laughter, nurtured in Charles both a love of wordplay and a sense that ordinary moments could be transformed through language into something memorable and meaningful. The Dickens family, like many of their time, maintained a connection to the Church of England, attending services with varying degrees of regularity, depending on their circumstances. Religious observance was woven into the fabric of daily life through simple prayers before meals and bedtime rituals that included Bible stories told in Elizabeth's gentle voice. Charles developed a complex relationship with formal religion, but the moral foundations laid in these family practices would inform his strong sense of social justice and compassion for the vulnerable. Family stories passed down through generations included tales of ancestors who had shown particular courage or resourcefulness in difficult times. One such story involved a great-great-uncle who had supposedly served on a merchant vessel during the Napoleonic Wars and had narrowly escaped capture by French privateers. Whether entirely factual or embellished through retelling, such narratives created a sense of family identity and resilience that Charles would carry with him through his own hardships. The cultural context of the Dickens family was that of a Britain undergoing profound transformation. The early 19th century saw the acceleration of industrialization, changing forever the relationship between people and the land, between workers and their labor. Rural traditions were giving way to urban necessities, and families like the Dickenses found themselves navigating this changing landscape with varying degrees of success. The family's economic status fluctuated throughout Charles's childhood, with periods of relative comfort followed by sharp declines. These experiences of financial insecurity would later inform his portrayal of characters struggling to maintain dignity in the face of poverty. His compassionate understanding of their circumstances, rooted in personal knowledge. Despite these challenges, John and Elizabeth attempted to provide their children with educational opportunities, recognizing that knowledge offered a path to security that had eluded them. Charles attended school sporadically, his education interrupted by the family's financial circumstances. But the value placed on learning remained a constant in the household. Books were treasured possessions, handled with care and shared among family members, their pages turning softly in the quiet of evening as each reader journeyed into worlds beyond their immediate experience. The family's moves from Portsmouth to London, then to Chatham, and back to London again, exposed Charles to different regional customs and dialects, enriching his understanding of English life in all its variety. He absorbed the distinctive speech patterns and local traditions of each place, storing them away like precious gems to be polished and displayed in his later writings. When financial disaster struck and John Dickens was imprisoned for debt in the Marshalsea prison, the family's unity was temporarily fractured. Charles, at 12 years old, was sent to work at Warren's blacking factory, labeling bottles of shoe polish in conditions that left an indelible mark on his psyche. This period of separation from his family, of child labor and loneliness, would later emerge transformed in novels like David Copperfield and Great Expectations. His personal pain transmuted into art that would move generations of readers. The family eventually reunited, their bonds tested, but not broken by adversity. This experience of separation and reunion deepened Charles's appreciation for family connections, for the simple comfort of belonging that he would celebrate repeatedly in his fiction. The Dickens family learned to find joy in small pleasures, a walk in the park on Sunday afternoons, singing around the piano in the evening, sharing a pot of tea and conversation as darkness fell outside their windows. As Charles grew into adulthood and began his career as a journalist and then a novelist, he carried with him these family influences, the storytelling tradition of his father, the aspirations for gentility from his mother, the regional speech patterns of relatives, the moral lessons of family prayers, and the resilience learned through shared hardship. His writing would transform these personal experiences into universal stories that continue to resonate with readers around the world. Their gentle wisdom and deep humanity offering comfort across time and distance. The same year brought professional triumph as well, with the beginning of publication of the Pickwick Papers in monthly installments. What started as a modest commission to provide text for a series of sporting plates soon evolved into a beloved comic novel, winning Charles' widespread acclaim. The adventures of Mr. Pickwick and his friends captured the public's imagination. Their gentle mishaps and good-natured camaraderie providing a welcome respite from the often harsh realities of Victorian life, and so, from the quiet child born in Portsea, through the hardships of his interrupted childhood, to the emerging writer finding his voice in the bustling world of London journalism, Charles Dickens's early life laid the foundation for one of literature's most remarkable careers. The experiences of these formative years, the warmth of family love, the pain of separation, the drudgery of child labor, the excitement of the theater, the human drama of the courtroom, all would find their way into his novels, transformed by his genius into stories that continue to comfort, entertain, and inspire readers to this very day. As we leave young Charles on the threshold of his great literary career, we can imagine him sitting at his desk by lamplight, pen in hand, the sounds of London's night drifting through his window, a distant church bell, the soft clip of hooves on cobblestones, the gentle sigh of the city settling into darkness. The peaceful narrative of this life continues as we turn our attention to what happened next. In the gentle fog of early 19th century London, young Charles Dickens's world unfurled like a delicate tapestry, woven with threads both bright and dark. The England of his childhood was a place of striking contrasts, where elegant carriages rolled past barefoot children, and the sweet scent of bakeries mingled with the acrid smoke of factory chimneys. Let us drift back now, like leaves on a stream, to those formative surroundings that would one day fill the pages of his beloved novels. Charles John Huffam Dickens was born on February 7, 1812, in a modest home on Mile End Terrace in Portsea, near Portsmouth. The house was small but comfortable, with low ceilings and narrow hallways that echoed with the soft patter of footsteps. Sunlight would filter through simple curtains, casting gentle patterns across wooden floors worn smooth by years of use. Outside, the sea air carried the distant calls of gulls and the rhythmic creaking of ships in the nearby harbor, sounds that would lull young Charles to sleep and perhaps plant the first seeds of storytelling in his impressionable mind. The Dickens family's early days were marked by a certain coziness, despite their limited means. In the evenings, the soft glow of candlelight would illuminate their modest sitting room, where John Dickens, Charles's father, would often read aloud from books or newspapers, his voice rising and falling like gentle waves as Charles and his sister Fanny listened with wide eyes. The crackling of the hearth fire provided a soothing backdrop to these domestic scenes, its warmth enveloping the family like a protective embrace. When Charles was still quite young, the family moved to Chatham in Kent, a place that would later occupy a special place in his heart and memory. Their home at Ordnance Terrace was slightly more spacious, with a small garden where Charles could wander among fragrant roses and watch bees drift lazily from flower to flower on warm summer days. The house itself creaked and sighed with age, its wooden beams expanding and contracting with the changing seasons, creating a subtle symphony of sounds that became the backdrop to his childhood dreams. From the windows of this home, Charles could gaze out at the surrounding countryside, where gentle hills rolled toward the horizon like waves frozen in time. In spring, these hills were carpeted with wildflowers, buttercups, daisies, and bluebells, nodding their delicate heads in the breeze during his walks through these natural landscapes. Young Charles would feel the cool grass beneath his feet, hear the rustling of leaves in ancient oak trees, and sometimes spot a rabbit darting through the underbrush, leaving only a trembling of tall grasses to mark its passing. The nearby river Medway flowed like a silver ribbon through the landscape, its surface sometimes mirror smooth, reflecting clouds and sky, and other times rippled by the wind into countless tiny wavelets that caught the sunlight like scattered diamonds. Charles would sometimes sit on its banks, watching the slow-moving barges and listening to the gentle lapping of water against the shore, a sound that seemed to whisper secrets from distant places. Chatham itself was a naval town, bustling with sailors and shipbuilders. The streets were lined with shops, whose windows displayed everything from freshly baked bread, its yeasty aroma wafting into the street, to bolts of colorful fabric that seemed to capture the very essence of faraway lands. The cobblestones, worn smooth by countless feet, would glisten after rain, reflecting the sky above and transforming ordinary streets into pathways of dreams. The marketplace was a feast for the senses, filled with the calls of vendors, the earthy smell of vegetables freshly pulled from the soil, the sweet perfume of ripe fruits, and the pungent aroma of cheeses. On market days, farmers from the surrounding countryside would arrive before dawn, their carts laden with produce, the wooden wheels rumbling softly over the cobblestones as drowsy townsfolk were just beginning to stir. In this sensory-rich environment, young Charles absorbed the rhythms and textures of daily life. He watched blacksmiths at their forges, the orange glow of hot metal illuminating their concentrated faces as hammers rang against anvils in a steady, almost hypnotic beat. He observed carpenters crafting furniture, their hands moving with practiced precision as curls of wood fell to the floor like golden question marks. These craftsmen, with their specialized knowledge and quiet dignity, would later inspire many characters in his novels. The Dickens family's relative comfort in Chatham, however, was not to last. Financial difficulties, which would become a recurring theme in both Charles's life and his fiction, forced them to move to Camden Town in London when he was about 10 years old. This transition marked a profound shift in his physical surroundings and, consequently, in his perception of the world. London in the 1820s was a city of overwhelming contrasts. Grand avenues lined with elegant townhouses stood just blocks away from Warren-like slums, where sunlight barely penetrated narrow alleys. The air in these poorer districts hung heavy with coal smoke, the byproduct of countless fires that provided meager warmth to crowded tenements on foggy days, which came often in London's damp climate. This smoke would combine with natural mist to create a thick, yellowish haze that muffled sounds and transformed familiar landmarks into ghostly silhouettes. The Dickens family's new home was considerably less comfortable than their previous residences. Rooms were smaller, ceilings lower, and walls thinner, allowing the sounds of neighbors' arguments, laughter, crying babies, and occasional music to filter through, creating an unintentional intimacy among strangers. Windows were often clouded with grime that resisted even the most determined cleaning efforts, limiting the amount of natural light that could enter and casting the interior in a perpetual twilight. Outside, the streets of Camden Town presented a constant stream of humanity. Vendors pushed carts laden with everything from hot chestnuts, their warm, nutty aroma cutting through the general miasma of the city, to second-hand clothing that hung like limp ghosts from improvised displays. Street performers, organ grinders with their chattering monkeys, ballad singers with voices that rose and fell with practiced emotion, and puppeteers whose tiny wooden actors enacted dramas in miniature, created islands of entertainment amidst the general bustle. The soundscape of London streets was a complex tapestry. The clop of horses' hooves on cobblestones, the rumble of carriage wheels, the calls of street sellers, church bells marking the hours, and beneath it all, the indistinct murmur of countless conversations blending into a constant, soothing hum. At night, these sounds would gradually diminish, replaced by the occasional shout of a night watchman, the distant bark of dogs, and the soft footsteps of late-night travelers hurrying home. For the Dickens family, these new surroundings coincided with increasing financial hardship. John Dickens's inability to live within his means eventually led to his imprisonment for debt in the Marshalsea prison, an event that would profoundly shape young Charles's understanding of social injustice and vulnerability. While his father was imprisoned, Charles found himself working at Warren's blacking factory, a warehouse where shoe polish was manufactured and bottled. This factory, located near Hungerford Stairs on the north bank of the Thames, exposed the sensitive boy to an entirely different environment than he had known before. The building itself was old and poorly maintained, with floors that sagged alarmingly in places and windows, so coated with industrial residue that they admitted only a diffuse, grayish light. The air inside was heavy with the chemical smell of the blacking, a scent that would cling to his clothes and skin even after he returned home, as if the factory were claiming ownership of him beyond its walls. The rhythm of work at the factory was monotonous yet demanding. Hour after hour, day after day, Charles would sit at a small table, pasting labels onto bottles of blacking, the sound of glass clinking against glass, the sticky resistance of the glue, the rustle of paper labels, and the occasional barked orders from supervisors created a sensory backdrop to his labor. Around him, other boys and men performed similar tasks, their faces often blank with fatigue or resignation, their conversations muted and perfunctory. Through the factory's grimy windows, Charles could glimpse the Thames, that great artery of London commerce. The river was then much different than we know it today, darker, more turbulent, carrying not only the legitimate traffic of barges and passenger boats, but also the city's waste and detritus. At low tide, mudlarks, usually children even poorer than Charles, would scavenge along the exposed riverbed, searching for anything of value that might have been discarded or lost. Their small figures bent like question marks against the mud. This period of child labor, though relatively brief in the span of his entire life, etched itself deeply into Dickens's consciousness. The physical sensation of fatigue in his young body, the emotional weight of separation from his family, the visual contrast between his current circumstances and the middle-class comfort he had previously known. All these experiences were absorbed into his being, creating a wellspring of empathy and social awareness that would later flow into his writing. When John Dickens was released from prison and Charles was able to return to school, his surroundings changed once again. The educational establishments of the time were often Spartan places, with hard benches that left students shifting uncomfortably as the hours passed, and windows placed high on walls to prevent distraction, but also limiting the amount of natural light and fresh air. Inkwells set into desks contained liquid that froze partially in winter. The classroom, heated inadequately by a single stove that created a small island of warmth amidst a sea of chill. The soundscape of school life had its own particular rhythm. The scratch of pens on paper, the droning recitation of lessons, the thwack of canes on unfortunate palms or bottoms, the shuffling of feet during brief periods of permitted movement, and always the authoritative voice of the schoolmaster rising above all other sounds, directing, correcting, sometimes encouraging, but often berating. As Charles entered adolescence and began working as a law clerk and later as a court reporter, London opened itself to him in new ways. His work required him to traverse the city extensively, exposing him to environments ranging from the imposing grandeur of the law courts, with their polished wood paneling and atmosphere of weighty tradition, to the chaotic energy of newspaper offices, where the air vibrated with the clatter of printing presses, and the urgent conversations of journalists racing against deadlines. These professional settings were interspersed with London's more recreational spaces. Its theaters, where gas lighting created a magical glow, and the collective breath of hundreds of spectators hung in the air like a visible manifestation of shared emotion. Its taverns, warm with firelight and conversation, the air rich with the smell of ale and tobacco. Its coffee houses, where the aroma of freshly ground beans mingled with the rustle of newspapers and the murmur of political discussion, and its parks, which offered pockets of relative tranquility, where one could observe the changing seasons through the life cycles of carefully tended plants. Throughout these years of exploration and professional development, Charles continued to absorb the sensory details of his surroundings. He noticed how light fell across faces, revealing character in the momentary tightening of lips or softening of eyes. He registered the subtle variations in accent and vocabulary that signaled a person's origins and social standing. He cataloged the infinite variety of human gaits, the confident stride of the successful merchant, the furtive scurry of the pickpocket, the measured pace of the clergyman, the weary trudge of the laborer returning home after a long day. These observations, collected like precious stones and stored in the treasury of his memory, would later be transformed by his imagination into the vivid settings and characters that populate his novels, and the blacking factory of his childhood trauma would be reimagined in David Copperfield, transmuted through art into an experience that could be shared and understood by readers who had never set foot in such a place. As you relax deeper, let us now softly explore the next chapter of this soothing biography. Throughout these years of exploration and professional development, Charles continued to absorb the sensory details of his surroundings. He noticed how light fell across faces, revealing character in the momentary tightening of lips or softening of eyes. He registered the subtle variations in accent and vocabulary that signaled a person's origins and social standing. He cataloged the infinite variety of human gaits, the confident stride of the successful merchant, the furtive scurry of the pickpocket, the measured pace of the clergyman, the weary trudge of the laborer returning home after a long day. These observations, collected like precious stones and stored in the treasury of his memory, would later be transformed by his imagination into the vivid settings and characters that populate his novels, and the blacking factory of his childhood trauma would be reimagined in David Copperfield, transmuted through art into an experience that could be shared and understood by readers who had never set foot in such a place. The formal education of Charles Dickens was modest by the standards of many great literary figures, yet it provided the essential foundation upon which his natural genius would build. In his early childhood, before the family's financial troubles descended like an evening fog, young Charles received instruction from his mother, Elizabeth. She taught him his letters in the warm, golden light of their family parlor, her patient voice guiding him through the alphabet as afternoon sunlight streamed through lace curtains, casting delicate patterns across the pages of his primers. The gentle rhythm of these early lessons created in Charles a love for words and their sounds, for the music of language that would later flow through his prose like a meandering stream through a peaceful meadow. His mother would read to him in the evenings, her voice rising and falling with the cadence of the stories, creating worlds within worlds as Charles drifted into that space between wakefulness and dreams, where imagination takes its first tentative steps when the family's circumstances permitted. Charles attended a small dame school in Chatham, walking there each morning along lanes dappled with shifting patterns of sunlight filtering through the leaves of ancient oaks. The schoolroom was modest but comfortable, with worn wooden desks polished by generations of small hands and large windows that let in both light and the distant sounds of birdsong from the gardens beyond. Here, Charles learned his sums and improved his reading, showing an early aptitude that pleased his teachers and filled him with a quiet pride. For a brief, golden period, Charles attended Wellington House Academy in London, though the school would later be portrayed with critical clarity in his fiction. At the time, it represented for the young boy a world of knowledge opening before him, like a flower unfurling its petals in the morning light. The headmaster, William Jones, recognized something special in the quiet, observant boy with the remarkable memory, and encouraged his reading beyond the standard curriculum. In the small school library, with its particular scent of leather bindings, dust, and the lingering traces of the apple that some previous student had eaten while lost in a book, Charles discovered the works that would become lifelong companions and influences. He read the Arabian Nights, losing himself in its tapestry of magical tales as the afternoon light slowly shifted across the library floor. He devoured the novels of Tobias Smollett and Henry Fielding, absorbing their picaresque adventures and colorful characters like a sponge takes in water, storing them away in the capacious chambers of his memory. Robinson Crusoe transported him from the confines of the schoolroom to distant shores where self-reliance and ingenuity were the currencies of survival. Don Quixote introduced him to the delicate balance between comedy and pathos that would later become a hallmark of his own work. These literary journeys took place in the quiet hours of the afternoon, when the bustle of the school day had settled into a gentle hum of activity, and the world seemed to narrow to the space between himself and the page. But formal education for Charles was intermittent, like sunshine on a cloudy day, breaking through in bright moments before being obscured once more by the shadows of financial difficulty. When his father was imprisoned for debt in the Marshalsea prison, 12-year-old Charles was sent to work at Warren's blacking factory, pasting labels on bottles of boot polish. The rhythmic movements of his hands as he applied label after label became a kind of meditation, a space in which his mind could wander even as his body remained at its task. The cold, damp air of the factory, the acrid smell of the blacking, the distant sound of the Thames slapping against the embankment. All these sensory details were absorbed and stored away, becoming part of the rich tapestry of experience from which he would later create his art. This period, though painful, became a different kind of education, an immersion in the realities of working-class London that few writers of his time experienced firsthand as he walked to and from the factory each day, passing through streets teeming with life in all its variety. He was unconsciously collecting the raw materials for his future novels, the tired faces of factory workers, the animated gestures of street vendors, the quiet dignity of the poor trying to maintain respectability against overwhelming odds. All these became part of his understanding of human nature in its endless complexity. When his father's affairs improved somewhat, Charles was able to return to school, attending the Reverend William Giles's school in Chatham for a time. Here, the curriculum expanded to include some Latin and rhetoric, subjects that Charles approached with the same quiet intensity he brought to everything that interested him. The Reverend Giles, noticing the boy's facility with language and his extraordinary powers of observation, took a special interest in his education, sometimes keeping him after class to discuss a passage of literature or a point of grammar as the afternoon light softened and the classroom emptied of other students. These formal educational experiences, though valuable, were relatively brief. By the age of 15, Charles had left school behind and entered the working world, first as an office boy in a law firm, and later as a freelance reporter. Yet his education continued in a different form, self-directed and driven by an insatiable curiosity about the world and the people who inhabited it. He watched the clerks with their ink-stained fingers, bent over their desks in pools of lamplight, transcribing documents in flowing script. He observed the relationships between partners and clerks, between lawyers and clients, noting the subtle power dynamics at play in each interaction. As a court reporter, Charles developed his skills in shorthand, becoming so proficient that he could capture the rapid-fire exchanges of courtroom debate with remarkable accuracy. This technical skill, practiced until it became second nature, like the movement of breath or the beating of a heart, would later serve him well in capturing the distinctive speech patterns of his characters. The courtroom itself became another classroom, where Charles witnessed the full spectrum of human behavior, from nobility to baseness, from eloquence to incoherence, from justice to its miscarriage. His work as a parliamentary reporter for the Morning Chronicle expanded his education into the realm of politics and governance. Sitting in the press gallery, his notebook open before him, Charles recorded the debates that would shape the nation's future. He became familiar with with the great issues of the day: the Reform Bill, the poor laws, the condition of the factories and mines, not as abstract concepts, but as matters of passionate debate among men, whose voices echoed in the chamber like the distant sound of waves against a shore. Throughout this period of professional development, Charles continued his self-education through voracious reading. His rooms in Furnival's Inn contained a small but growing collection of books that he returned to again and again, finding new insights with each reading. Shakespeare was a constant companion, his plays offering a universe of human experience between their covers. The novels of Fielding and Smollett remained favorites, their influence visible in the episodic structure and colorful characterizations of Dickens's early work. The theater, too, became an important part of Charles's intellectual development. In the flickering gaslight of London's playhouses, he absorbed the techniques of dramatic storytelling, the power of dialogue to reveal character, the importance of pacing and structure, the effective use of comedy to heighten subsequent pathos. He was particularly drawn to the performances of the great comic actors of the day, studying their timing and their ability to transform their faces and bodies to create distinct characters. These observations would later inform his own public readings, where he would bring his characters to life with remarkable theatrical skill. Charles's walks through London, taken at all hours and in all seasons, constituted another form of education. The city was his true university, its streets his lecture halls, its inhabitants his teachers and subjects. He walked with a purpose that was not quite purposeful, allowing his senses to remain open to the flow of life around him. The changing light on the Thames as evening approached, the particular quality of silence in a London square at dawn, the transformation of familiar streets under a blanket of snow. All these experiences were registered and remembered, becoming part of the internal landscape from which his fiction would emerge. In coffee houses and taverns, Charles would sometimes sit quietly, a newspaper held before him as camouflage, listening to the conversations flowing around him like water around rocks in a stream. He collected phrases and expressions, accents and idioms, storing them away for future use. He noticed how people revealed themselves through small gestures, the way a man adjusted his cuffs when nervous, how a woman's hands moved when telling a story she cared about, the subtle shifts in posture that signaled changing emotions. The development of Charles's distinctive literary voice was gradual, like the slow formation of a pearl around a grain of sand. His early sketches, published under the pseudonym Boz, revealed a keen eye for detail and a gift for capturing the essence of a character or scene in a few deft strokes. These pieces, appearing in various periodicals like Gentle Rain, falling on fertile soil, began to attract notice from readers who appreciated their humor and humanity. The publication of the Pickwick Papers in monthly installments marked the true beginning of Charles Dickens's career as a novelist. The work began as a series of loosely connected sketches, but gradually developed a narrative coherence as Charles discovered his strengths as a storyteller. The warmth and humor of the novel, its celebration of friendship and goodwill, reflected the more optimistic aspects of Charles's worldview. Like sunshine breaking through clouds after a spring shower, as his confidence grew, so did his ambition. With Oliver Twist, Charles turned his attention to the darker aspects of London life that he had observed during his wanderings. The workhouses, the criminal underworld, the desperate poverty that existed alongside great wealth. His own experiences of hardship gave him a compassion for the poor and vulnerable that infused his social criticism with moral authority. Yet, he never lost his gift for humor, for finding moments of warmth and humanity even in the bleakest circumstances, like flowers pushing up through cracks in pavement. Charles's intellectual development was not marked by dramatic epiphanies, but by a steady accumulation of knowledge and insight. Like a river that grows deeper and wider as it flows toward the sea, his genius lay in his ability to transform the ordinary materials of everyday life. Observations, conversations, memories, emotions, into art that spoke to universal human experiences. The education that began in his mother's parlor and continued through the streets of London produced a writer whose work would educate the hearts and minds of generations of readers, gently guiding them toward greater empathy and understanding, as surely as a skilled teacher leads a student toward knowledge. Our soothing biography continues with a look at the next important period in this incredible life. Throughout his life, Charles Dickens was shaped by a series of mentors and kindred spirits who guided his journey, offering wisdom, encouragement, and sometimes even stern lessons that would stay with him forever. These figures, like quiet beacons in the night, illuminated his path, some for only a brief moment, others for years, but each left an indelible mark on his heart and mind. One of the earliest influences on young Charles was his mother, Elizabeth Dickens. Though their relationship would later become complicated, especially when she initially supported sending him to work in the blacking factory. She was the one who first nurtured his imagination. In the cozy parlor of their home, she read to him from books like the Arabian Nights, her voice weaving tales of magic and adventure that would later echo in his own stories. She also encouraged his early education, teaching him to read and write before he ever stepped into a classroom. Though he would later resent her for not protecting him from the hardships of his childhood, he never forgot those quiet afternoons when her words made the world feel vast and full of wonder. Another figure who left a lasting impression was his father, John Dickens. A man of grand gestures and even grander debts, John was both a source of inspiration and frustration for Charles. His warmth, his love of storytelling, and his ability to charm anyone he met were traits Charles inherited and would later perfect in his own life. But his father's financial recklessness also taught Charles the value of hard work and self-reliance, lessons learned through painful experience when the family was plunged into debt, and Charles was sent to work at Warren's blacking factory, though John Dickens could never quite escape his own flaws. His son would spend much of his life trying to avoid the same mistakes, even as he carried forward his father's love of words and performance. One of the first true mentors outside his family was William Giles, the schoolmaster at the small academy in Chatham, where Charles studied as a boy. Giles recognized the boy's quick mind and encouraged his love of books, introducing him to classic literature, and even lending him volumes from his own collection. Under Giles's gentle guidance, Charles thrived, discovering the power of language and the joy of learning. Years later, after Giles had moved away, Charles would still remember him fondly, the way one remembers a favorite teacher whose kindness made the world feel a little brighter. But perhaps no early influence was as profound as the streets of London themselves. The city became an unspoken mentor. Its winding alleys and crowded markets teaching him more about human nature than any book ever could. As a young man, he wandered for hours, absorbing the voices of street vendors, the laughter of children playing in the shadows, the weary sighs of laborers returning home at dusk. He stored these impressions like treasures, pulling them out years later when he needed to bring a scene to life in his novels. London was his greatest classroom, and its people, rich and poor, kind and cruel, were his most important teachers. As he grew older and began his career as a writer, Charles found guidance in the literary figures of his time. One such figure was John Forster, a critic and biographer who would become one of his closest friends. Forster was not just an admirer, but a trusted advisor, reading drafts of his work, offering honest criticism, and even helping him navigate contracts and publishing deals. Their friendship was built on mutual respect, and Forster's steady presence gave Charles the confidence to take greater risks in his writing. It was Forster who encouraged him to deepen the social commentary in Oliver Twist, pushing him to explore the injustices he had witnessed rather than shy away from them. Their letters, filled with lively debates and shared enthusiasms, reveal a bond that was both professional and deeply personal. Another key figure in his development was the illustrator George Cruikshank, whose darkly humorous drawings brought Dickens's characters to vivid life. Their collaboration on sketches by Boz, and later Oliver Twist, was a meeting of creative minds, each enhancing the other's work. Cruikshank's exaggerated, almost grotesque style influenced Dickens's own descriptions, teaching him how to make a character unforgettable with just a few bold strokes. Though their partnership would eventually sour over creative differences, The early years of their work together helped shape the visual richness of Dickens's storytelling. Later in life, as his fame grew, Charles himself became a mentor to younger writers, including Wilkie Collins, with whom he collaborated on plays and stories. Their friendship was one of mutual inspiration. Collins's flair for mystery and suspense seeped into Dickens's later works, while Dickens's mastery of character and social observation left its mark on Collins. They spent long evenings discussing plots over glasses of wine, their laughter filling the room as they spun tales that would captivate readers for generations. Yet, even among these towering figures, one of the most enduring influences on Dickens was the memory of his own past, the hardship of his childhood, the shame of the blacking factory, the fear of debt, the longing for stability never truly left him. These experiences became his compass, guiding his empathy and sharpening his social critique. He returned to them again and again in his writing, not out of bitterness, but out of a deep understanding that suffering, when transformed by art, could become a force for change. And so, as the years passed, the lessons of his mentors blended with the wisdom he had earned through his own struggles, creating a voice that was entirely his own. He had learned from books, from friends, from the streets, and from life itself, each influence, like a thread in a vast tapestry, contributed to the rich, intricate world he would leave behind, a world where laughter and sorrow, hope and despair existed side by side, just as they do in life. And as his stories continued to unfold, one after another, it became clear that the greatest gift his mentors had given him was not just skill or knowledge, but the ability to see the extraordinary in the ordinary, to find, in even the smallest human moment, something worth remembering, something worth telling. And so he did, over and over again, until his words became as familiar as old friends, whispering gently to readers long after he was gone. Let your mind float with these gentle recollections. As we move forward in our story, the world was changing rapidly around young Charles Dickens as he stepped into adulthood. And with it, his own life was beginning to take shape in ways he could hardly have imagined as a boy pasting labels in the blacking factory. The early 1830s in London were a time of restless energy as the Industrial Revolution hummed and clattered through the streets, filling the air with the scent of coal and the sound of progress. It was in this bustling, noisy world that Dickens first tried his hand at writing. Not yet the grand novels that would later define him, but small sketches, observations of the people and places that surrounded him, each one a quiet step toward his destiny. His first professional work came in the form of shorthand, reporting for the courts and Parliament, a skill he had painstakingly mastered, often laboring late into the night to perfect his technique. The work was demanding, requiring him to capture speeches and testimonies with exacting precision. but it sharpened his ear for dialogue, for the rhythms of human speech, which would later bring his characters to life with such vividness. The chambers of Parliament were stuffy and crowded, the voices of politicians rising and falling in debate. And Dickens, seated in the press gallery, absorbed it all: the grand oratory, the petty squabbles, the moments of unexpected humor. It was here, in these halls of power, that he first began to understand the machinery of society, the way laws and institutions shaped the lives of ordinary people. Around this time, he also took up work as a journalist for the Morning Chronicle, a respected newspaper of the day. His assignments sent him wandering through London's winding streets, from the grand squares of Westminster to the cramped alleys of the East End. He wrote about elections, about crime, about the daily struggles of the poor, each article a small but significant exercise in storytelling. His prose was lively, his eye for detail unerring, and slowly his name began to be recognized. But journalism, though it paid his bills, was not where his heart lay. He longed for something more, for the freedom to create, to spin stories from the threads of his own imagination. And so, quietly at first, he began to write fiction under the playful pseudonym Boz, a childhood nickname. He crafted a series of sketches, gentle, observant vignettes of London life, published in monthly magazines. These were not yet the sprawling novels that would later make him famous, but small, shimmering glimpses of the world as he saw it. A street performer entertaining a crowd, a quarrel between neighbors, the quiet dignity of a shopkeeper closing up for the night. Readers loved them. There was warmth in his writing, a generosity of spirit that made even the simplest moments feel meaningful. One of these sketches caught the attention of a young publisher named William Hall, who saw in Dickens something extraordinary. Hall and his partner, Edward Chapman, approached him with an idea: a series of humorous stories to accompany illustrations by the popular artist Robert Seymour. Dickens, eager for a larger canvas, agreed, though he had his own vision for the project. What began as a modest commission soon grew into something far greater. Seymour's sudden death early in the process could have derailed the entire endeavor. But Dickens, ever resilient, pressed on. The illustrator Hablot Knight Brown, who would later be known as Phiz, stepped in, and together, he and Dickens forged a creative partnership that would last for years. The result was the Pickwick Papers Asterisk, a serialized story that began as a light-hearted romp, but gradually deepened into something richer, more heartfelt. Readers followed the adventures of the kindly, bumbling Mr. Pickwick and his friends with growing delight. And with each new installment, Dickens's confidence grew. He was no longer just a journalist or a sketch writer. He was a storyteller, and the public adored him. The serialized format, with its monthly cliffhangers and eagerly awaited twists, suited his talents perfectly, allowing him to refine his craft in real time. responding to the reactions of his audience. But success did not come without its challenges. The pressure of writing under relentless deadlines was immense, and Dickens, still young and untested as a novelist, often worked himself to exhaustion. There were moments of doubt, nights when the words refused to come, when the weight of expectation felt unbearable. Yet he persevered, driven by the same determination that had carried him through the hardships of his childhood. And with each new chapter, he discovered more of his own voice, the humor, the pathos, the sharp social insight that would become his trademarks. By the time the Pickwick Papers reached its conclusion, Dickens was no longer an unknown journalist, but a literary sensation. The streets of London buzzed with talk of his characters, and booksellers struggled to keep up with demand. It was a turning point, not just for Dickens, but for the world of publishing itself. Serialized fiction, once seen as a modest form of entertainment, had proven its power to captivate the masses. And Dickens, more than anyone, had shown what it could achieve. Yet even as fame found him, he never lost sight of the people who had shaped his early years, the clerks, the shopkeepers, the struggling families who populated his stories. He wrote not just to entertain, but to bear witness, to give voice to those who were often overlooked. And so, as his career unfolded, he carried with him the lessons of those first tentative steps, the patience of the courtroom reporter, the curiosity of the journalist, the boundless imagination of the storyteller. Each experience had been a thread in the tapestry of his art. And now, as the world leaned in to listen, he was ready to weave something truly extraordinary. And so, with the quiet confidence of a man who had found his calling, he turned his pen to the next story, and the next, each one a gift to the readers who had welcomed him into their lives. The journey had only just begun, drifting like clouds across the evening sky. We now move to the next part of this calming life story. As the years unfolded, Charles Dickens poured his boundless energy into creating stories that would not only entertain, but also illuminate the world around him. His pen moved swiftly, yet thoughtfully crafting tales that would endure for generations. The glow of the oil lamp on his desk became a familiar sight in the late hours as he scribbled away, shaping characters so vivid they seemed to step right off the page. His method was meticulous, often revising passages again and again, until they rang with just the right tone, sometimes humorous, sometimes heartbreaking, always deeply human. One of his most enduring works, Oliver Twist emerged from his desire to expose the harsh realities of poverty and injustice. The story of the orphan boy asking for more gruel was more than fiction. It was a mirror held up to society, revealing the cruelty of workhouses and the plight of the poor. Dickens had seen these hardships firsthand during his own childhood, when his father was imprisoned for debt, forcing young Charles to labor in a blacking factory. The memories of those days never left him, and they fueled his determination to write with both compassion and conviction. Readers were drawn into Oliver's world, feeling his hunger, his fear, his small glimmers of hope. The novel was serialized, like much of Dickens's work, appearing in monthly installments that left audiences eagerly awaiting the next chapter, gathered around hearths and in parlors, sharing the latest developments as if they were news from a dear friend. Then came A Christmas Carol asterisk, a story so tender and transformative that it would forever change the way the holiday was celebrated. Dickens wrote it in a fever of inspiration, completing it in just 6 weeks, as if the tale of Ebenezer Scrooge and his spectral visitors had been waiting all along to be told. The book was published just before Christmas in 1843, its pages adorned with golden-edged illustrations, and it sold out almost immediately. The message of redemption, of kindness triumphing over greed, resonated deeply in an age of industrial upheaval, when the gap between rich and poor seemed ever widening. Became part of the cultural language. The story's warmth melted even the hardest hearts, and it is said that after reading it, many employers gave their workers the day off for Christmas, a small but meaningful change inspired by Dickens's words. With David Copperfield asterisk, he turned inward, weaving threads of his own life into the narrative. The novel, which he often called his favorite child, followed the journey of a boy navigating loss, love, and the struggles of growing into manhood. There was something deeply personal in its pages, as Dickens drew upon his own experiences, the sting of betrayal, the joy of artistic success, the quiet ache of memory. He wrote with a new level of intimacy, allowing readers to walk beside David through every triumph and sorrow. The serialized format, as always, kept the public enthralled, with many speculating which characters were based on real figures from Dickens's life. The book was a marvel of storytelling, balancing humor and pathos so deftly that it felt less like a novel and more like a shared journey between writer and reader. Yet Dickens was not content to simply write. He took his stories to the stage, performing public readings that became legendary. His voice, rich and expressive, brought his characters to life in a way that left audiences spellbound. He would act out scenes with such energy that spectators swore they could see Scrooge trembling before Marley's ghost or Miss Havisham's decaying wedding feast. These performances were more than entertainment. They were an extension of his storytelling, a way to connect directly with the people who cherished his words. Night after night, he stood before crowds, often exhausting himself in the process, yet driven by the knowledge that his tales could bring comfort, provoke thought, and even inspire change. His later works, like Asterisk, Great Expectations Asterisk, and Bleak House Asterisk, showcased his mastery of intricate plots and social critique. In Bleak House Asterisk, he took aim at the sluggishness of the legal system, personified in the endless case of Jarndyce and Jarndyce, a lawsuit that drained fortunes and hopes alike. The fog that crept through London in the novel's opening pages was more than weather. It was a symbol of the obscurity and delay that plagued the courts. Dickens had observed these injustices during his time as a court reporter. And now, with his pen as his weapon, he exposed them with a clarity that stirred public debate. Great Expectations*, meanwhile, explored themes of ambition and self-delusion, following Pip's rise and fall as he chased a future built on false assumptions. The novel's bittersweet ending, revised after friends urged him to soften its tone, reflected Dickens's own understanding that life rarely delivers neat resolutions, but that redemption is always possible. Through it all, Dickens remained a champion of the marginalized. He wrote articles advocating for education reform, better sanitation, and the rights of the poor. He supported orphanages and ragged schools, never forgetting the boy who had once toiled in a factory, his dreams of education slipping away. His fiction and his activism were intertwined, each reinforcing the other, as he used his fame to shine a light where it was most needed. Even as his health began to decline in his later years, his passion for storytelling never waned. He left behind an unfinished novel, The Mystery of Edwin Drood *, a tantalizing puzzle that would forever remain unsolved, much like the mysteries of life itself. When he passed away in 1870, the world mourned not just a writer, but a voice that had spoken for the voiceless, a chronicler of human frailty and resilience. His stories had become companions to millions, offering laughter in dark times and solace in sorrow. Today, his words still echo, read aloud in classrooms, adapted for screens, whispered before bed. The characters he created, Tiny Tim, Mr. Micawber, Fagin, Estella, live on, as vivid as ever, because Dickens poured into them all the warmth, wit, and wisdom of his extraordinary heart. And so, as the candlelight flickers and the pages turn, his stories continue to weave their quiet magic, just as he always intended. As your breathing becomes more regular, let us continue with the next chapter of our biography. The life of Charles Dickens was a tapestry woven with moments of chance, choice, and consequence, each thread pulling him gently toward the destiny he would one day fulfill. Some of these moments were small, barely noticeable at the time, while others loomed large, altering the course of his life in ways he could not have foreseen. Let us drift back slowly to those turning points, those quiet crossroads where the future trembled in the balance, and imagine how differently his story might have unfolded had he taken another path. One of the earliest and most profound moments came when young Charles was just 12 years old. His father, John Dickens, was imprisoned for debt, and the family's fortunes collapsed overnight. Charles, bright-eyed and full of dreams, was sent to work in a blacking factory, pasting labels onto pots of shoe polish. The days were long, the work was grueling, and the humiliation clung to him like a shadow. It was here, in the dim light of that factory, that he first glimpsed the harsh realities of poverty, the very injustices he would later expose in his novels. Had his father never been imprisoned, had Charles been spared this ordeal, he might have grown up sheltered from the suffering of the working class, his pen untouched by the fire of personal experience. Without that searing memory, would Oliver Twist have been written with such raw compassion? Would the character of Little Nell in the old curiosity shop have carried the same aching sorrow? It is impossible to say. But the boy who endured that hardship became the man who could not turn away from the suffering of others. Years later, another turning point arrived, this one quieter, but no less significant. After leaving the factory and returning to school, Dickens began working as a law clerk, then as a court reporter. He sat in dim courtrooms, listening to the endless drone of legal proceedings, watching as lives were tangled in red tape. The case of Jarndyce and Jarndyce in Bleak House Asterisk was born in those halls of justice, where he saw how the law could strangle hope as surely as poverty could, had he remained a clerk, content with the steady rhythm of legal work. His keen observations might have been lost to the world, but instead he turned to writing, first as a journalist, then as a novelist, and the law's labyrinthine delays became the fog that crept through his fiction, a warning to his readers. Then came the moment that would change everything, the publication of the Pickwick Papers. At first, it was a modest series of humorous sketches, but as the installments unfolded, something remarkable happened. Readers fell in love with the bumbling, good-hearted Mr. Pickwick and his misadventures. The series became a sensation, and Dickens, still in his 20s, found himself famous overnight. It was a dizzying rise, one that could have led him down many paths. He might have rested on his success, churning out light comedies to please the crowds. But instead, he chose to dig deeper, to use his newfound fame as a platform for something greater. Oliver Twist followed, and with it, his first unflinching portrait of poverty and crime. The public was shocked, but they were also captivated. Had he stayed in the realm of harmless humor, his name might have faded with the laughter. Instead, he became something more, a chronicler of the human condition. Another quiet turning point came in his personal life, when his marriage to Catherine Dickens began to unravel. They had been happy once, or so it seemed, raising their large family together. But as the years passed, the distance between them grew. When they finally separated, it was a scandal, a rupture that could have shattered his reputation. Victorian England did not look kindly on divorce, and many of his readers might have turned away in disapproval. Yet Dickens, ever the master of reinvention, did not retreat. Instead, he poured his emotions into his work, crafting some of his most introspective novels. Great Expectations asterisk, with its themes of love and loss, regret and redemption, bears the marks of a man who has known heartache had he remained in a stifling marriage. His later works might have lacked that depth, that quiet ache of lived experience. And then there was the moment, late in his life, when he stood before a crowd in America, reading aloud from his works. His health was failing, but the thrill of performance still burned within him. He could have retired, could have spent his final years in quiet reflection. But the stage called to him, and he answered. These readings, dramatic and emotional, were a gamble, exhausting him even as they brought him closer to his audience. Had he chosen rest over performance, he might have lived a little longer, but his final years would have been quieter, less luminous. Instead, he gave himself to the act of storytelling, right up to the end, leaving behind not just books, but the echo of his own voice, reading them aloud. What if, at any of these moments, he had chosen differently? What if he had never known poverty, never written of injustice, never turned his pain into prose? The world would have been poorer for it. There would be no Scrooge to remind us of the joy of generosity, no David Copperfield to show us the resilience of the human spirit. The streets of Victorian London, so vividly alive in his pages, might have remained hidden in shadow. But he did make those choices, step by step, and in doing so, he shaped not just his own destiny, but the literary landscape of the centuries to come. His life was a series of quiet revolutions, each one leading him closer to the truth he sought to tell, that even in the darkest of times, there is light to be found, if only we know where to look. And so, as the night deepens and the world grows still, we can almost hear the scratch of his pen across the page, the whisper of a story being born. The choices he made live on in every word, in every character, in every heart that has ever been touched by his tales. And though the man himself is gone, his voice remains, gentle and insistent, urging us to look closer, to care more deeply, to believe, as he always did, in the possibility of redemption. Sleep now, and dream of cobblestone streets and flickering lamplight, of kind strangers and second chances. For somewhere in those dreams, Dickens is still writing, still turning the pages of life, one word at a time. The calming story continues as we gently examine what happened next in this remarkable journey. Charles Dickens, a man whose heart was as vast as the worlds he created on paper, wove his life through deep and intricate relationships, some tender, some turbulent, all leaving their mark on his soul and his stories. His connections were like threads in a rich tapestry, each one adding color and texture to the fabric of his existence. At the center of his early life was his mother, Elizabeth Dickens, a woman whose love was complicated by the hardships of their family struggles. She had once encouraged his love of reading, filling his young mind with stories that would later bloom into his own tales. Yet, It was she who also urged him to return to the blacking factory after his father's release from debtor's prison, a moment that wounded him deeply. Years later, when he had become a celebrated writer, he would still carry that childhood ache, though softened by time and understanding. His mother, flawed but dear, lived long enough to see him rise from poverty to fame. And though their relationship was never without its strains, there remained between them the quiet understanding of shared survival. Then there was Catherine Hogarth, his wife, the mother of his 10 children, and for many years, his closest companion. Their courtship was sweet, filled with letters brimming with affection and dreams of a shared future. She was steady, kind, and supportive in those early years, hosting gatherings for his literary friends and tending to their growing household. But as Dickens' fame expanded, so too did the distance between them. His relentless energy, his need for control, and perhaps his own restless spirit made marriage a difficult harbor to maintain. Their separation was painful, public, and marked by misunderstandings that neither could fully bridge. Yet, in the softer moments, one could imagine him remembering the early days, her laughter at one of his jokes, the way she held their firstborn child, the quiet comfort of her presence before the storms came. Though their love faded, its imprint remained in the pages of his work, in the families he wrote about, in the fragile beauty of relationships that try and fail, and yet still matter. Among his dearest friends was John Forster, a man who was more than a confidant. He was a steadfast anchor in Dickens' whirlwind life. Forster was his first reader, his critic, his advisor, and the keeper of his secrets. Their bond was one of mutual respect and unwavering loyalty. When Dickens struggled with doubts, it was Forster who reassured him. When he made impulsive decisions, it was Forster who tempered them with reason. Their letters were filled with warmth and honesty, the kind of friendship that only deepens with time. And when Dickens passed away, it was Forster who would become his first biographer, ensuring that the world knew the man behind the words. Then there were the collaborators, the kindred spirits who shared his passion for storytelling. Wilkie Collins, his younger friend and fellow writer, brought out a playful, adventurous side of Dickens that few others saw. Together, they wrote plays, traveled, and even collaborated on stories, their creative energies sparking off one another. Collins was less restrained, more daring, and through him, Dickens allowed himself moments of lightness, of mischief. Their friendship was a reminder that even the most serious of artists need joy, need laughter, need the freedom to step outside themselves now and then. And of course, there were the actors, those who brought his characters to life on stage. For Dickens adored the theater almost as much as he adored writing. His friendship with the actress Ellen Ternan would become one of the most whispered about in his later years. She was young, vibrant, and unlike Catherine, unburdened by the weight of his past. Their relationship was a source of both happiness and controversy. a private haven in a life that had become increasingly public. Though much of their connection remains shrouded in discretion, one can imagine the solace he found in her company, the way she may have reminded him that life was not only duty and work, but also tenderness and renewal. His children, too, were both his greatest joy and his deepest worry. He adored them, filled their home with laughter and stories, yet struggled to understand them as they grew into their own lives. He wanted to protect them from hardship, yet his own expectations sometimes felt like a weight they could not bear. There were moments of pure delight, playing games with them, inventing tales at bedtime, watching their faces light up during Christmases filled with warmth and merriment. But there were also sorrows, estrangements, the inevitable distance that comes when children must find their own way. Yet, in his letters to them, even in the sternest of advice, one can still hear the love, the desperate hope that they would be happy. And then there were the readers, those countless souls he never met, but who became part of his life nonetheless. He wrote for them, thought of them, even wept for them when his characters suffered. Their letters moved him, their enthusiasm fueled him, and their need for hope and kindness shaped the stories he chose to tell. In a way, they were his largest, most enduring relationship, a bond that stretched across time and place, unbroken even now. Through all these connections, Dickens learned, sometimes painfully, what it meant to love and be loved. He saw the best and worst of himself reflected in the eyes of those who knew him best. He gave generously, forgave imperfectly, and carried the weight of his mistakes alongside his triumphs. But in the end, it was these very relationships, flawed, fragile, beautiful, that made his stories so real, so full of heart. So as you drift into sleep, imagine him sitting by a fireside, surrounded by the ghosts of those he loved. Some are laughing, some are quiet. All are part of the great tapestry of his life, and in the flickering light, you might just see him smile, pen in hand, still writing, still remembering, still grateful for every soul who walked beside him. Even for a little while, allow yourself to sink deeper into comfort as we explore the next phase of this soothing biography. Imagine Charles Dickens on an ordinary evening at home, when the world outside has grown quiet, and the glow of candlelight softens the edges of the room. His desk is cluttered with papers, ink stains marking the wood where he has written for hours. But now he leans back, stretching his fingers, letting the words settle. The fire crackles softly, casting long shadows on the walls, and for a moment, he is simply a man, not the famous author, but a person who finds joy in the small, quiet things life offers. His days were often long, filled with the demands of writing, editing, and public readings. But in between, he sought refuge in the comforts of home. He loved walking, not just as a way to clear his mind, but to observe the world around him, the bustle of London streets, the quiet of the countryside, the laughter of children playing in the squares. He walked for miles, sometimes late into the night, letting the rhythm of his footsteps match the rhythm of his thoughts. It was on these walks that he gathered the fragments of life that would later become his stories. The overheard conversations, the flicker of emotion on a stranger's face, the way the light fell through the trees in the early morning. At home, he was surrounded by family, though his relationships were not always easy. His marriage to Catherine, the mother of his 10 children, had grown strained over the years. A quiet sorrow that weighed on him, yet in his children, he found boundless love and inspiration. He delighted in their games, their questions, their unfiltered view of the world. He would often invent stories for them on the spot, weaving tales of adventure and magic, watching their faces light up with wonder. Even as his fame grew, these moments, simple, ordinary, tender, remained some of his most cherished. Beyond writing, Dickens had a deep love for the theater. As a young man, he had dreamed of becoming an actor, and though life led him down a different path, he never lost his passion for performance. He staged amateur plays with friends and family, throwing himself into the roles with gusto, laughing as he played the villain or the fool. There was something about the theater that thrilled him, the immediacy of the audience's reaction, the shared breath of suspense, the way a story could come alive in a single moment. Even in his public readings, he brought the same dramatic flair, losing himself in the voices of his characters, making crowds weep or cheer, as if they were watching a play unfold before them. He was a man of routines, finding comfort in repetition. Each morning, he rose early, often before the sun, and worked at his desk with fierce concentration. He believed in discipline, in the steady accumulation of words, but he also knew when to step away. In the afternoons, he might take a long walk or spend time in his garden, tending to the flowers with the same care he gave his sentences. He loved the scent of earth, the slow growth of plants, the way nature moved at its own unhurried pace. It was a contrast to the whirlwind of his public life, a reminder that some things could not be rushed. Food, too, was a simple pleasure he savored. He enjoyed hearty meals, roasts, pies, thick slices of bread with butter, and took delight in sharing them with friends. His table was often full, laughter ringing through the house as stories were exchanged, glasses clinking in toasts. He believed in the warmth of hospitality, in the way a shared meal could ease burdens and forge connections. Even in his busiest years, he made time for these gatherings, knowing that friendship was as essential as work. But beneath the energy and charm, there was a quieter side to Dickens, a man who carried the weight of his past, the memory of his childhood, of the debtor's prison, and the factory where he worked as a boy, never truly left him. It was why he wrote so fiercely about injustice, why he could not turn away from the suffering of others. He understood what it meant to be overlooked, to feel small in a world that moved too quickly. And that understanding shaped not just his stories, But the way he lived, he gave generously to charities, visited hospitals and prisons, and used his voice to speak for those who had none. In his later years, he found solace in Gad's Hill Place, the country home he had admired as a child and later bought for himself. There he could retreat from the noise of London, walking the quiet lanes, watching the seasons change. He filled the house with books, with art, with the echoes of laughter from friends who visited. It was a place of peace, a reminder that after all the struggles, after all the words written and read, there was still beauty to be found in stillness. And then there were the dogs, his faithful companions, always at his side. He adored them, their boundless energy, their unquestioning loyalty. They followed him through the house, slept by his feet as he wrote, raced alongside him on his walks. In their presence, he could simply be, without pretense or expectation. They were a quiet joy, a reminder of the simple, uncomplicated love that existed in the world. As the years passed, he grew more reflective, more aware of time slipping away. He wrote less, walked slower, but his mind remained sharp, his curiosity undimmed. He still found wonder in the world, in a well-told joke, in the first bloom of spring, in the letters from readers who told him how his stories had touched their lives. Even as his health faded, he held onto these moments, these small, luminous fragments of a life well lived. And so, if you listen closely tonight, you might imagine him still there, in that quiet room by the fire, surrounded by the people and the memories he loved. The pen has been set down, the stories told, but the warmth remains. The flicker of the flames, the soft creak of the house, the distant sound of laughter. It is all part of the quiet, enduring legacy of a man who knew how to find light even in the darkest of tales. And as you drift into sleep, perhaps you'll feel it too, the gentle, comforting presence of stories well told, of a life fully lived, of a voice that still whispers in the pages, in the air, in the quiet of the night, like a gentle river flowing toward the sea. Our story continues with the next meaningful chapter. Charles Dickens lived his life with a rhythm as steady and purposeful as the ticking of a well-oiled clock. From his early years to his later days, his routines were as much a part of his creativity as the ink that flowed from his pen. Each morning, he rose early, often before the sun had fully stretched its golden fingers across the sky. In the quiet hush of dawn, when the world still slumbered, he found a clarity of mind that daylight's bustle could never quite match. In his younger years, when energy burned bright within him, he would begin his day with a brisk walk through the streets of London. The city was his muse, alive with characters and stories waiting to be plucked from the air. The clatter of hooves on cobblestones, the cries of street vendors, the murmur of conversations drifting from open windows, all of it fed his imagination. He walked with long, quick strides, his keen eyes missing nothing, his mind already weaving tales from the ordinary lives unfolding around him. By the time he returned home, the household would be stirring. Breakfast was a simple affair: tea, toast, perhaps an egg eaten with the same efficiency he applied to his work. Then, without delay, he would retreat to his study, a sanctuary of wood and paper, where the real labor of the day began. His desk was orderly, every item in its place. Inkwells filled to the brim, freshly sharpened quills, stacks of crisp, white paper waiting to be filled with his bold, looping script. He wrote swiftly, almost feverishly, as if the stories inside him could not be contained. The only interruptions were the occasional pauses to dip his pen or to glance out the window, where sunlight played upon the leaves of the trees. Midday brought a brief respite. He took lunch with his family, a lively affair filled with laughter and conversation. Dickens adored his children, and their presence was a balm to his often restless spirit. After the meal, he might steal a few moments to play with them, to tell them stories, or to indulge in a game of charades, his theatrical nature delighting in the performance. But soon enough, duty called him back to his desk. The afternoon was for editing, for shaping the raw words of the morning into something polished and precise. He read aloud as he worked, testing the rhythm of his sentences, ensuring each syllable carried the weight he intended. As evening approached, he would set aside his work and take another walk, this one slower, more reflective. The dogs, his constant companions, would trot beside him, their tails wagging, their presence a quiet comfort. The fading light softened the edges of the world, and he found peace in these twilight strolls, the worries of the day dissolving with each step. Dinner was a more elaborate affair, often shared with friends or colleagues. Dickens was a generous host, his table laden with hearty dishes, his wit and charm making every guest feel at ease. The conversation flowed as freely as the wine, stories exchanged, debates kindled, laughter ringing through the rooms. But even in these moments of conviviality, his mind never fully left his work. Ideas still simmered beneath the surface, waiting to be captured when solitude returned. Late into the night, after the guests had departed and the house had settled into stillness, he might return to his desk for a final hour of writing. The world outside was dark now, the only sounds the occasional creak of the floorboards or the distant call of an owl. The flicker of candlelight cast long shadows across the page as his pen moved steadily, tirelessly. Only when his eyes grew heavy would he finally retire, slipping beneath the covers with the satisfaction of a day well spent. In his later years, the rhythms of his life slowed, but the essence remained the same. He still rose early, though his steps were less hurried, his walks more measured. His study, once a place of furious productivity, became a haven of reflection. The pages he filled were fewer, but no less carefully crafted. He spent more time reading, more time in the company of his grandchildren, their laughter a sweet echo of his own children's voices decades before. And always, there were the dogs, faithful, loving, their warm bodies curled at his feet as he wrote or read by the fire. They were a constant, a reminder of life's simple joys. Even as the years weighed upon him, he found solace in these small, steady rituals. The first sip of tea in the morning, the scratch of his pen on paper, the quiet companionship of his four-legged friends. When night fell in those later days, he would often sit by the window, watching the stars emerge one by one. The house around him was quiet, the air thick with memories. He had lived fully, written passionately, loved deeply, and as sleep finally took him, it was with the knowledge that his stories, just like the routines that had shaped them, would endure, whispering through the ages like the gentle rustle of turning pages in the dark. As your thoughts grow quieter, we'll continue our peaceful exploration of this fascinating life. Charles Dickens was a man who saw the world in vivid contrasts, light and shadow, joy and suffering, wealth and poverty. His philosophy was shaped early by hardship, by the sting of injustice, and by the quiet resilience of those who endured it. As a boy, he had known what it was to feel the cold bite of hunger, to watch his father led away to debtor's prison, to work long hours in a blacking factory, his small hands sore and blackened by the labor. These experiences never left him. They settled into his bones, shaping the stories he would later tell with such tenderness and fury. He believed, above all, in the power of compassion. The world could be cruel, yes, but it could also be redeemed by kindness. In his novels, the poorest, most downtrodden characters often carried the brightest sparks of humanity. Think of Tiny Tim, with his crutch and his hopeful heart, or poor Joe, the crossing sweeper, whose life is brushed aside by indifference. Dickens did not shy away from suffering, but he always left room for grace. His faith in human goodness was not blind. He had seen too much of greed and hypocrisy to be naive. But he also knew that people could change, that even the hardest heart might soften under the right influence. Ebenezer Scrooge, that miserly figure of winter, finds redemption in the warmth of memory and the promise of a second chance. It was a lesson Dickens himself held close. Life, he believed, was not fixed. It could be reshaped by will, by love, by the simple act of paying attention. He carried this belief into everything he did when he walked through the streets of London. He did not merely pass by, he observed, he listened. He absorbed the lives unfolding around him. The city was alive to him, a living thing with its own pulse and breath. There is nothing in the world so irresistibly contagious as laughter and good humor, he wrote. And he filled his stories with both boisterous, joyful moments that burst through the gloom like sunlight through smoke. Yet for all his celebration of mirth, he took his work with deep seriousness. Writing was not merely a craft for him, it was a moral act. He used his stories to expose the injustices of his time, the brutality of workhouses, the neglect of children, the grinding poverty that choked so many lives. He did not write as a distant observer, but as someone who had felt the sharp edges of those realities himself. Over the years, his beliefs deepened, but never wavered. If anything, he became even more convinced of the responsibility that came with influence. When he began editing his magazine, Household Words Asterisk, he filled its pages with calls for social reform, better schools, cleaner streets, fairer wages. He wrote of the need for kindness, not as a vague ideal, but as a daily practice. His own life was not without contradictions. He could be demanding, even imperious, in his personal dealings. His marriage, once full of affection, ended in painful separation. And yet, even in his flaws, he remained fiercely devoted to those he loved, his children, his friends, the causes he championed. He gave generously, often anonymously, to those in need. He visited hospitals and prisons, not as a spectacle, but as a witness, offering small comforts where he could. In his later years, as the rhythm of his days grew quieter, his philosophy mellowed into something softer, though no less steadfast. He still believed in justice, still raged against cruelty, but he also found greater peace in the small, ordinary beauties of life, the laughter of his grandchildren, the warmth of a fire, the steady companionship of his dogs. He had seen the world change in his lifetime, some of it for the better, and he took comfort in knowing that his words had played some small part in that change. One of his favorite pastimes was walking, and even in old age, he would set out in the early hours, letting his thoughts wander as freely as his feet. It was a philosophy of action, of refusing to be passive in the face of suffering or injustice. But it was also a philosophy of presence, of noticing, of caring, of being fully alive to the world. And so, as the years passed, he continued to write, to walk, to love. His stories remained his greatest legacy, but his true gift was the way he saw people, not as types or symbols, but as individuals, each with their own struggles and dreams. For Dickens, that key was empathy, the simple act of imagining another's life as vividly as one's own. In the quiet of his study, surrounded by the books he loved, he would sometimes pause, pen in hand, and look out at the world beyond his window. The streets bustled, the river flowed, lives intertwined in ways both seen and unseen. And though he knew his own time was growing shorter, he did not despair. He had filled his days with stories, with laughter, with love, and he knew, as all great storytellers do, that stories do not end, they ripple outward, touching lives long after the teller is gone. And so, when sleep finally came to him, it was with the same quiet certainty that filled his best-loved tales, that kindness mattered, that love endured, and that even in the darkest night, there were stars waiting to be seen by those who took the time to look, with each breath becoming slower and deeper. Let us turn to another aspect of this soothing story, road to such peace had not always been smooth. Long before he sat in that quiet study, before the world knew his name, Charles Dickens had faced hardships that might have broken a lesser spirit. His childhood, in particular, was marked by shadows that would linger in his memory for the rest of his days. When he was just 12 years old, his father was sent to debtor's prison, and young Charles was forced to leave school to work in a blacking factory, pasting labels onto pots of boot polish. The days were long, the work was tedious, and the loneliness he felt was profound. He would later write of this time with a quiet ache, describing the feeling of abandonment, of being adrift in a world that seemed indifferent to the suffering of children. Yet even in those dark days, there were small comforts: the kindness of a fellow worker who shared his meager lunch, the way sunlight slanted through the factory windows in the late afternoon, turning the dust motes into gold. And though the experience wounded him deeply, it also planted seeds of compassion that would later blossom in his writing. He never forgot what it was like to be small and powerless, to feel the weight of the world pressing down. It was this very empathy that allowed him to write characters like Oliver Twist and David Copperfield with such tenderness, because he had known their struggles firsthand. As he grew older, his fortunes changed, but hardship still followed him like a shadow. His early attempts at writing were met with rejection, and for a time, it seemed his voice might never be heard. Yet, he did not give up. Instead, he wrote with quiet determination, filling notebooks with observations, sketches, and stories, honing his craft even when success seemed distant. His first novel, The Pickwick Papers*, was published in monthly installments, and though it began slowly, its popularity grew like a gentle tide, until the name Charles Dickens was on everyone's lips. But success did not shield him from sorrow. His marriage, once full of hope, grew strained over the years, ending in a painful separation that left him heartbroken. He adored his children and sought to shield them from the bitterness of the split, but the emotional toll was heavy. Still, he channeled his grief into his work, writing with even greater depth and feeling. In Great Expectations, he explored themes of love and loss with a poignancy that could only come from a man who had known both. Even at the height of his fame, challenges persisted. The relentless pace of serialized writing, publishing chapters month after month, with no room for delay, often left him exhausted. There were nights when he sat at his desk, ink-stained and weary, wondering if he had another word left in him. Yet he pressed on, driven by his love of storytelling and his deep sense of responsibility to his readers. When the words would not come, he would take long walks through London streets, letting the rhythm of the city restore him. The clatter of carriages, the murmur of voices, the glow of gas lamps, all of it fed his imagination, reminding him that stories were everywhere, waiting to be told. And then there were the darker moments, when the weight of his own mind threatened to overwhelm him. He suffered from bouts of melancholy, a restlessness that no success could soothe. At times, he felt as though he were standing at the edge of a great abyss, staring into the unknown, but he learned to turn even this into art, infusing his later works with a haunting beauty, a sense of life's fleeting nature. A Tale of Two Cities asterisk, with its themes of resurrection and sacrifice, carried echoes of his own inner struggles, the constant tension between light and darkness. Through it all, he found solace in small things: the laughter of his friends, the warmth of a fire on a winter's evening, the joy of performing his stories aloud to rapt audiences. He loved the theater, and in his public readings, he became every character he had ever written: Scrooge, Micawber, Miss Havisham, his voice bringing them to life with such vividness that listeners wept and laughed in equal measure. It was in these moments that he seemed most alive, most at peace, as if storytelling was the thread that held his world together. And so, when the end drew near, he faced it not with fear, but with the quiet acceptance of a man who had lived fully, loved deeply, and turned even his sorrows into something beautiful. He had known failure and triumph, heartbreak and joy, but above all, he had known the power of stories to heal, to connect, to endure. His own story, with all its twists and turns, had been one of resilience, a reminder that even the heaviest doors could be opened, if only one had the right key. In the hush of his final days, as the world outside continued its endless motion, he rested, his breathing slow and steady. The struggles had shaped him, but they had not defined him. What remained was the love he had given, the lives he had touched, the stories that would live on long after he was gone. And as sleep finally claimed him, it was with the knowledge that he had done what he set out to do, to shine a light in the darkness, to remind the world that even in its hardest moments, there was always hope, always kindness, always another chapter waiting to be written. The tapestry of this remarkable life unfolds further as we gently explore the next meaningful period. Few people know that Charles Dickens, the great novelist who gave the world unforgettable characters like Oliver Twist and David Copperfield, was also a man of surprising and sometimes contradictory passions. Beyond the public readings and the brilliant storytelling, there were quieter, more private facets to his life, little-known habits, hidden talents, and unexpected joys that made him not just a literary giant, but a deeply human soul. One of his lesser-known passions was walking. Not the casual strolls of a gentleman, but long, relentless walks that would last for miles, sometimes deep into the night. He moved through London like a shadow, absorbing its sounds, its smells, its hidden stories. The city was his muse, and he knew its streets as intimately as the lines on his own face. On these solitary journeys, he would observe the smallest details, the way a lamplighter moved in the fog, the whispered conversation of two thieves in an alley, weary slump of a factory worker trudging home. These were the raw materials of his stories, gathered in silence before being spun into gold on the page. But his love of walking was more than just research. It was a kind of compulsion, a way to quiet his restless mind. There were nights when he would walk for hours, unable to sleep, the words of his stories swirling in his head like leaves in a storm. He once walked from his home in London all the way to his country house in Kent, a distance of nearly 30 miles, arriving exhausted but exhilarated. His thoughts finally settled. Another surprising aspect of Dickens was his fascination with magic. As a child, he had been enchanted by street performers and conjurers, and that wonder never left him. In private gatherings with close friends, he would sometimes perform sleight-of-hand tricks, delighting in the gasps of astonishment. His hands, so skilled at shaping words, were equally deft at making coins disappear or pulling silk scarves from thin air. There was something playful in him, a boyish joy in the art of illusion that stood in contrast to the serious social critic the world knew. He also had an unusual obsession with order and routine, a trait that might seem at odds with the chaotic lives of his characters. His writing desk had to be arranged just so his pens, his inkwell, his blue quills all in their proper places. Before sitting down to work, he would touch each item, as if performing a quiet ritual to summon the muse. He wrote at the same time every day, usually in the morning, and could not bear interruptions. Once, when a visitor arrived unexpectedly, he reportedly hid behind a curtain until they left, unwilling to break the sacred rhythm of his craft. Then there was his love of animals, a tenderness that often went unnoticed. He kept a succession of beloved pets over the years, including a raven named Grip, who later inspired Edgar Allan Poe's famous poem. Grip was a mischievous creature, prone to stealing shiny objects and squawking loudly at inopportune moments, but Dickens adored him. When the bird died, he had it stuffed and placed in a glass case, unable to part with it completely. He also had a loyal dog named Turk, who would follow him everywhere, even on those long, wandering walks through London. But perhaps one of the most unexpected things about Dickens was his deep interest in the paranormal. He was fascinated by ghost stories, not just as tales to entertain, but as something more mysterious. There was a part of him that longed to believe in the unseen, in the possibility that the veil between worlds might be thinner than people thought. And yet, for all his curiosity about the supernatural, he was also a man of boundless energy and practicality. He threw himself into charitable work, establishing a home for fallen women, a project born from his own childhood hardships and his desire to offer second chances. He would visit the home regularly, talking to the women, listening to their stories, treating them not as charity cases, but as human beings deserving of dignity. He was full of such contradictions, a man who loved the spotlight but treasured solitude, who wrote about poverty while living in comfort, who crafted tales of redemption while wrestling with his own private demons. He could be generous and warm, yet also exacting and impatient. He adored his children, but sometimes struggled to connect with them. His own childhood wounds leaving scars that never fully healed. In his later years, he developed a peculiar habit of rearranging furniture, not just in his own home, but in the homes of friends he visited. If a chair was out of place, he would move it without thinking, as if the world itself needed to be ordered to his satisfaction. It was a small, almost comical quirk, but it spoke to his restless need for control, for harmony in a life that had known so much turbulence. And then there were his midnight feasts. Despite his disciplined writing routine, he had a fondness for late-night snacks, often creeping down to the kitchen to raid the pantry. Bread and cheese, cold meat, a glass of wine, these stolen moments of indulgence were a secret pleasure, a small rebellion against the rigid structure of his days. Through it all, he remained a man who found wonder in the ordinary. He would pause to watch a sunset, to listen to the rain against the window, to marvel at the way a single candle could chase away the dark. These quiet moments, so easily overlooked, were the threads that wove through his life, grounding him even as his fame grew. And so, when we think of Charles Dickens, it is not just the great novelist we should remember, but the man who walked alone through midnight streets, who performed magic tricks for friends, who mourned a raven and rearranged chairs, and believed, in some small corner of his heart, in ghosts, a man of countless layers, each one adding depth to the story of who he was. As the fire burned low and the world outside grew still, he would sometimes sit by the window, watching the stars, lost in thought, the struggles, the triumphs, the small, secret joys. They had all shaped him, and in those quiet hours, perhaps he understood that the truest stories are not just the ones we write, but the ones we live day by day, moment by moment, in all their beautiful, imperfect humanity. As you settle more comfortably, our narrative flows onward like soft moonlight across still waters. Charles Dickens was born in 1812, a time when the world was shifting in ways both subtle and profound. The Industrial Revolution hummed in the background of his childhood, its great engines churning, its factories rising like iron cathedrals against the sky. The air smelled of coal smoke and opportunity, of progress and pain. It was an era of contradictions, of glittering wealth and grinding poverty, of grand ideals and harsh realities. And in the midst of it all, a boy with keen eyes and a restless imagination wandered the streets of London, absorbing everything, storing it away like treasure. The early 19th century was a world in motion. Steam trains, still a novelty, cut through the countryside, stitching cities together with ribbons of iron. Gas lamps flickered to life in the streets, pushing back the ancient darkness of night. The old ways, the quiet rhythms of rural life were giving way to something faster, louder, more relentless. And yet, for all its noise and haste, this new world still carried echoes of the past. Superstition lingered in shadowed corners. Ghost stories were told by firelight. The line between science and magic was thin, if it existed at all. Dickens grew up in a nation that was both confident and uncertain. The British Empire stretched across the globe, its ships carving paths through distant seas. But at home, the scars of war with France were still fresh. The Battle of Waterloo had been fought just 3 years before his birth, and the memory of Napoleon loomed large in the European imagination. The world was being remade, not just by kings and generals, but by inventors, writers, and ordinary people whose lives were changing in ways they could scarcely understand. The city of London, where Dickens spent so much of his life, was a living thing, a labyrinth of narrow alleys and grand boulevards, of opulent townhouses and teeming slums. The Thames, thick with the refuse of industry, flowed through it like a dark vein. On its banks, merchants traded goods from every corner of the earth, while beggars clutched their thin coats against the cold. The sounds of the city were a constant murmur. The clatter of hooves on cobblestones, the cries of street vendors, the distant whistle of a factory bell. It was a world of stark divides. Wealthy families lived in comfort, their homes warmed by roaring fires, their tables laden with fine food. But for the poor, life was a daily struggle. Children worked in factories or swept chimneys, their small hands blackened with soot. Disease lurked in crowded tenements, taking lives without warning. The workhouses, those grim monuments to desperation, stood as a last resort for those with nowhere else to turn. Dickens knew this world intimately. He had seen it firsthand, had felt its teeth. His father's imprisonment for debt had forced him, as a boy, into a factory, pasting labels onto pots of shoe polish. That experience, the shame, the exhaustion, the aching loneliness, would stay with him forever, shaping the stories he would one day tell. Yet, for all its hardships, the age was also one of astonishing creativity. The Romantic movement, with its celebration of emotion and nature, had taken root in literature and art. Poets like Wordsworth and Coleridge wandered the Lake District, seeking beauty in wild places. Painters turned their brushes to landscapes and scenes of everyday life, finding the extraordinary in the ordinary. And in the streets of London, a new kind of storytelling was emerging, one that spoke directly to the masses. The novel, once considered a frivolous entertainment, was becoming a force for social change. Serialized fiction, published in magazines and newspapers, brought stories into the homes of ordinary people. Dickens himself would master this form, spinning out tales like Oliver Twist Asterisk and David Copperfield Asterisk in monthly installments. Readers waited eagerly for each new chapter, as if gathering around a hearth to hear the next part of an old, familiar tale. Science, too, was expanding the boundaries of human understanding. The mysteries of electricity, of steam, of the very building blocks of life were being unraveled. Charles Darwin, born just 3 years after Dickens, would one day challenge the world's view of creation itself. The earth was older than anyone had imagined. The stars, once thought fixed and unchanging, were part of a vast, unfolding cosmos. It was a time of wonder and doubt, of questions without easy answers, and through it all, the rhythms of daily life continued. The seasons turned. The sun rose and set over smoky rooftops. People fell in love, raised children, buried their dead. They gathered in pubs and parlors, sharing stories, laughter, and sometimes tears. They celebrated Christmas with feasts and carols, a tradition Dickens would help redefine with a Christmas Carol asterisk, a tale that wove together joy and redemption, sorrow and hope. The world outside England was just as restless. Across the Atlantic, America was expanding westward, its cities growing, its conflicts simmering. The abolition of slavery was a distant dream for some, a looming threat for others. In Europe, revolutions would flare and fade as people demanded rights and freedoms long denied. The echoes of these struggles reached Dickens, too. He traveled, he observed. He wrote not just of England, but of the wider human condition. By the time of his death in 1870, the world had changed in ways he could scarcely have imagined as a boy. The telegraph carried messages across continents in moments. Photographs captured faces and places, freezing them in time. The first underground railways rumbled beneath London streets. And yet, for all the marvels of progress, the old questions remained. What does it mean to be human, to suffer, to love, to hope? Dickens's stories endure because they speak to those questions. His characters, the orphans, the misers, the dreamers, are as real to us now as they were to readers in his time. They laugh, they weep, they stumble forward, just as we do. And in the quiet moments, when the fire burns low and the world outside grows still, we can almost see him there at his desk, a candle flickering beside him, turning life into art, one word at a time. Let the rhythm of these words carry you further into relaxation as we continue our peaceful journey. Charles Dickens did not merely write stories. He shaped the way people saw the world. His words reached far beyond the printed page, seeping into the very fabric of society, altering laws, shifting conversations, and leaving an imprint on culture that would linger for centuries. His influence was quiet at first, like the slow turning of a page, but over time, it became undeniable. He did not just reflect the world as it was, he helped change it in the dim glow of gaslit parlors and the crowded halls of lecture theaters. His voice, both literal and literary, resonated. When he wrote of poverty, of children laboring in workhouses, of debtors languishing in prison, he did so with such vividness that readers could not look away. The suffering of Oliver Twist, the cruelty of Scrooge, the quiet despair of Little Dorrit, these were not distant fictions. They were mirrors held up to the injustices of the age. And people, moved by what they saw, began to demand change. Some of his most powerful effects were felt in the realm of social reform. His depictions of workhouses in Oliver Twist exposed the brutality of the poor laws that forced the destitute into grim institutions where families were torn apart and dignity was stripped away. The public outcry that followed his novels helped fuel movements to reform these systems. Politicians, clergymen, and ordinary citizens found themselves unable to ignore the suffering he had laid bare. Prisons, too, were transformed in part because of his words. Dickens knew the inside of debtors' prisons firsthand. His own father had been confined in one when he was a boy, an experience that left deep scars. Years later, when he wrote Little Dorrit Asterisk, he painted a haunting picture of the Marshalsea prison, where time moved slowly and hope withered. His descriptions were so powerful that they contributed to the eventual abolition of debtors' prisons, freeing generations from the same fate his family had endured. But his influence was not limited to laws and institutions. He changed the way people read, the way stories were told. Before Dickens, novels were often published in full, expensive volumes, accessible only to the wealthy. He revolutionized publishing by releasing his works in serialized installments, monthly or weekly chapters, priced so that nearly anyone could afford them. Suddenly, literature was no longer the exclusive domain of the elite. Factory workers, clerks, and servants saved their pennies to buy the next installment, gathering in homes and workshops to hear the latest chapter read aloud. Stories became a shared experience, a thread weaving through all levels of society. This new way of storytelling had another effect. It made Dickens a master of suspense, with each installment ending on a cliffhanger. Readers were left desperate for the next. Such was the power of his words to stir hearts across oceans. His characters, too, took on lives of their own. They were not merely figures on a page, but companions, friends, warnings. Ebenezer Scrooge became synonymous with miserliness, his name forever tied to the transformation from cold-heartedness to generosity. The Artful Dodger, with his quick wit and roguish charm, made even the life of a pickpocket seem strangely alluring. And who could forget Miss Havisham, frozen in time, her wedding dress yellowing with age, a living monument to heartbreak? These figures stepped out of the books and into the language itself, their names becoming shorthand for certain kinds of people, certain kinds of pain. Dickens did not just write about the world, he shaped how it saw itself. His travels to America revealed to him the deep scars of slavery, and though he was at first hesitant to speak on the matter, his eventual writings helped shift public opinion in Britain, strengthening abolitionist sentiments. His lectures on the horrors of child labor in England sparked outrage and action, leading to incremental but meaningful reforms. Even in his personal life, he was a force of change. His public readings, performances, where he brought his characters to life with dramatic flair, were unlike anything audiences had seen before. He did not simply recite, he acted, his voice shifting from the gruff growl of Scrooge to the trembling innocence of Tiny Tim. These readings were so popular that they became a cultural phenomenon, selling out theaters across England and America. In doing so, he laid the groundwork for the modern author tour, the idea that writers could be performers, that literature could be an event. His influence extended beyond his lifetime. Writers who came after him, Tolstoy, Dostoevsky, Kafka, admired his ability to capture the human soul in all its complexity. Filmmakers, too, found endless inspiration in his works. The very language of cinema, with its dramatic close-ups and sweeping narratives, owe something to the way Dickens structured his scenes. Even today, adaptations of his novels appear regularly, each generation finding new ways to interpret his stories, proving that his themes are timeless. Public perception of Dickens himself has shifted over the years. In his time, he was a celebrity, a figure so famous that his face was recognized on the street, his opinions sought on matters of politics and culture. But he was also a man of contradictions, charming yet temperamental, generous yet controlling. Later biographers would uncover these complexities, painting a fuller picture of a man who was as flawed as the characters he created. Yet, this only deepened the appreciation for his work, for it showed that the same empathy he extended to his fictional creations could be found in the understanding readers now extended to him. His cultural footprint is everywhere, if you know where to look. Still echoes every December. The image of a lone child shivering in the cold still calls to mind Oliver Twist holding out his empty bowl. The very idea of Christmas as a time of warmth, family, and redemption owes much to a Christmas Carol asterisk, which reshaped the holiday in the public imagination. Before Dickens, Christmas was a quieter affair. After him, it became the season of generosity and goodwill we know today. And then there are the quieter legacies, the way his stories comfort us in difficult times, how they remind us that even in the darkest of places, kindness can be found. The orphan who finds a home, the miser who learns to love, the prisoner who keeps hope alive. These are not just tales. They are promises that suffering is not the end of the story. In the end, Dickens did more than write. He taught the world to see itself differently, to recognize the humanity in the overlooked, to question the systems that caused suffering, to believe in the possibility of change. His words did not fade with time. Instead, they grew roots, winding their way into laws, into language, quiet moments when we, like his characters, search for meaning in an ever-changing world. And so, as the candle burns low and the night grows still, his presence lingers. In the rustle of a turning page, in the echoes of a familiar name, in the stories we tell ourselves to make sense of life, he is there, not as a distant figure from the past, but as a companion, a guide, a voice that still murmurs in the darkness, reminding us that every life, no matter how small, is a story worth telling. With the gentleness of falling snow, we transition now to another meaningful chapter in this life story. Charles Dickens was a man of many quirks, small habits, and quiet passions that shaped his days as much as his grand literary achievements. One of his most endearing rituals was his nightly walks through the streets of London, often long after most people had retired to bed. He would wander for miles, sometimes as many as 20 in a single night, absorbing the city's atmosphere, the flickering gas lamps, the hushed voices of night workers, the occasional cry of a watchman. These walks were not just exercise. They were his way of listening to the pulse of the city, gathering the fragments of life that would later become the vivid characters and settings in his novels. He once wrote that London's streets were like a great book, and he read them eagerly, page after page, in the quiet hours when the world slept. One of the most revealing stories about Dickens comes from his childhood, a time that would shadow him all his life. When he was just 12 years old, his father was sent to debtor's prison, and young Charles was forced to leave school to work in a blacking factory, pasting labels onto pots of shoe polish. The loneliness and despair of those months never left him. Years later, even as a celebrated author, he could not walk past the building where the factory once stood without shuddering. He kept this chapter of his life a secret for years, sharing it only with his closest friend, John Forster, who would later write his biography. The experience seeped into his writing. Oliver Twist's hunger, David Copperfield's struggles, Pip's longing for a better life, all carried echoes of that frightened boy in the factory, working to keep his family afloat. Despite the shadows of his past, Dickens had a playful, almost boyish side. He adored magic tricks and would often perform them for friends and family, delighting in their astonishment. His daughter Mamie recalled how he would vanish coins from behind children's ears or pull silk scarves from thin air, his eyes twinkling with mischief. He even staged amateur theatrical productions with his friends, taking on dramatic roles with such enthusiasm that his performances were said to rival those of professional actors. Theater was more than a hobby for him. It was a lifelong passion, and he sometimes wondered if he might have been happier as an actor than a writer. One of the most curious habits Dickens developed was his obsession with rearranging furniture, no matter where he stayed, whether in his own home or as a guest in someone else's. He could not resist shifting chairs, tables, and even entire beds, until the room satisfied some unspoken sense of order. His friend Wilkie Collins once joked that Dickens could not spend a night anywhere without leaving the furniture in a completely different configuration by morning. It was as if he needed to shape his surroundings just as carefully as he shaped his stories. Every detail in its proper place. His love of order extended to his writing routine, which was as precise as clockwork. He rose early, often before dawn, and worked at his desk until noon. Pacing the room when inspiration stalled, he kept a small mirror on his desk, not out of vanity, but because he believed watching his own expressions helped him capture the right emotions for his characters. He wrote with a steel-nibbed pen, dipping it into blue ink, and would sometimes grow so absorbed in his work that he forgot to eat. His manuscripts were remarkably neat, with few corrections, as though the stories flowed from his mind, fully formed. Despite his disciplined habits, Dickens was known for his boundless energy. He once walked 30 miles in a single day simply because he felt restless. He loved cricket and was a surprisingly fast runner, often challenging friends to impromptu races. But his energy was not just physical, it was also emotional. He felt things deeply, whether joy or sorrow, and his laughter was said to be as loud and infectious as his anger could be fierce. When he was moved by something, a story, a piece of music, the sight of a sunset, he would often fall silent, lost in thought, as though storing the feeling away for later use in his writing. One of the most touching stories about Dickens involves a young girl who wrote to him. Heartbroken over the death of little Nell in the old curiosity shop, she begged him to bring the character back to life, insisting that she could not bear the sorrow of her loss. Dickens was deeply moved by the letter and wrote back gently, explaining that sometimes stories must reflect life's true sorrows. But he promised her that Nell's goodness would live on in the hearts of readers. The girl wrote again, this time sending him a small handmade bookmark as a token of gratitude. Dickens cherished it and kept it in his desk for the rest of his life. His kindness was not reserved only for readers. He quietly supported many charitable causes, often donating money anonymously. He visited hospitals, prisons, and workhouses, not as a famous author, but as a concerned observer who wanted to understand the struggles of the poor. When he learned of a young bootblack, a boy who shined shoes for a living, who dreamed of going to school, but could not afford to leave his work, Dickens paid for his education without ever revealing his identity. The boy only discovered his benefactor years later, when someone recognized Dickens's handwriting on a letter. Even in his later years, when fame and fortune had secured his place in the world, Dickens remained restless. He began giving public readings of his works, performing with such intensity that audiences wept, laughed, and sometimes even fainted. But the strain of these performances took a toll on his health. His doctor warned him to stop, but Dickens refused, driven by some inner need to connect directly with his readers. On his final tour, he collapsed after a reading of A Christmas Carol asterisk, but he insisted on finishing the engagement. It was as though he could not bear to disappoint those who had come to hear him, even at the cost of his own strength. In the last months of his life, he worked feverishly on The Mystery of Edwin Drood asterisk, a novel he would never finish. He wrote in his garden house at Gad's Hill, surrounded by the quiet of the countryside. The only sounds the rustling of leaves and the occasional call of a bird. On the day he died, he had been working on the story just hours before, as though determined to keep writing until the very end. And so, the man who gave the world so many unforgettable stories left his own unfinished, like a sentence trailing off into silence. But perhaps that is fitting, for Dickens understood better than anyone that stories do not truly end. They live on in those who read them, in the hearts they touch, in the quiet moments when we remember. His voice still lingers, not in grand pronouncements, but in the small human details, the warmth of a fire on a cold night, the kindness of a stranger, the hope that even in the darkest of times, a new chapter is always waiting to be written. As the night deepens and the world grows still, his words remain, soft as a whisper, steady as a heartbeat, reminding us that every life, no matter how humble, is a story worth telling. And so we listen, as generations have before us, to the gentle murmur of his voice in the darkness, a companion in the quiet hours, guiding us toward sleep. As your eyelids grow heavier, we'll softly explore another dimension of this fascinating biography. In the quiet twilight of his life, Charles Dickens found himself pulled in two directions: the relentless pace of his public readings, which had taken a toll on his health, and the sanctuary of his writing, where he could lose himself in the worlds he created. His final years were marked by a kind of restless energy, as if he knew time was slipping away, but refused to slow down. Even as his body grew weary, his mind remained sharp, his imagination as vivid as ever. He had always been a man of contradictions, both a public celebrity and a deeply private soul, a champion of the poor who also longed for the comforts of home. And in these later years, those contrasts only deepened. Gad's Hill Place, his beloved country home, became a refuge. There, away from the clamor of London, he could walk the quiet lanes, listen to the wind in the trees, and find the stillness he needed to write. The garden house where he worked was a simple, unassuming space, filled with the scent of paper and ink, the scratch of his pen, the only sound as he shaped the lives of his characters. It was here, in this peaceful retreat, that he poured himself into The Mystery of Edwin Drood asterisk, a story of secrets and shadows, a fitting final project for a man who had spent his life unraveling the mysteries of the human heart. But even as he wrote, his health continued to decline. The grueling schedule of readings performances that left him exhausted, yet exhilarated, had strained his heart. Friends noticed how tired he looked, how his once boundless energy had dimmed. Yet he pressed on, unwilling to stop, as if driven by some unseen force. On June 8, 1870, after a day spent working on Drude *, he suffered a stroke at dinner and never regained consciousness. The next day, the world learned that Charles Dickens was gone. The news spread quickly, carried by telegraph and word of mouth, and the outpouring of grief was immediate and immense. Crowds gathered outside his home, strangers and admirers alike, united in their sorrow. Newspapers printed lengthy tributes, writers penned eulogies, and ordinary readers mourned as if they had lost a friend. For so many, Dickens had not just been a novelist, he had been a companion, a guide, a voice that spoke to them across the pages of his books. His death felt personal, as though something vital had been lost from the world. And yet, even in that moment of loss, his stories remained. They were already woven into the fabric of English life, read aloud in parlors and classrooms, passed down from parents to children. His characters, Scrooge and Tiny Tim, Pip and Estella, David Copperfield and Little Nell, had become as real to readers as their own neighbors. The world he had created was vast and vivid, a mirror held up to society, reflecting its flaws and its hopes. His books were not just entertainment, they were calls to action, urging reform, compassion, and justice. In the years that followed, his legacy only grew. New editions of his works continued to be published, his novels translated into countless languages. Scholars studied his techniques. Actors brought his characters to life on stage and screen. And ordinary readers returned to his stories again and again, finding something new in them with each reading. His influence stretched far beyond literature. His depictions of poverty and injustice had helped shape social reforms, and his name became synonymous with the very idea of storytelling itself. But perhaps his greatest legacy was the way he made people feel. His stories were filled with warmth and humor, even in their darkest moments. He understood the power of a shared laugh, the comfort of a happy ending, the way a well-told tale could make the world feel a little kinder. Readers turned to his books not just for escape, but for reassurance that goodness could triumph, that love could endure, that even in the bleakest of circumstances, there was always hope. And so, as the years passed, his voice never truly faded. It lingered in the quiet moments when a parent read a Christmas carol to a child on a winter's night, when a traveler picked up great expectations on a long journey, when someone, somewhere, found solace in his words during a difficult time. His stories became a kind of shared memory, a thread connecting generations. Now, as the night settles around us, the world outside hushed and still, we can almost hear the faint echo of his voice, gentle, familiar, reassuring. The fire crackles softly. The clock ticks steadily, and the words he wrote so long ago continue to breathe life into the darkness. His stories remind us that no life is too small to matter, that every person carries within them a tale worth telling, and in that reminder, there is a quiet comfort, a sense that we are not alone. So let us rest as the night deepens, knowing that his words will still be here in the morning, waiting, as they always have, to welcome us back into their world. And as sleep softly pulls us under, we can drift away with the thought that stories, like dreams, never truly end. They simply continue, unfolding in the hearts and minds of those who carry them forward, a gift passed down through time, as timeless as the stars above. The gentle cadence of our story continues, flowing like a peaceful stream through the next chapter. Charles Dickens left behind a legacy that stretches far beyond the pages of his books, a quiet but unshakable presence in the world of literature and beyond. His stories, filled with vivid characters and social commentary, have never truly faded into the past. Instead, they have woven themselves into the fabric of culture, whispering to new generations in ways both familiar and surprising. Consider the way his work has shaped the very idea of storytelling itself. His serialized novels, published in weekly or monthly installments, set a rhythm that modern television and streaming series still follow today. The cliffhangers that kept Victorian readers eagerly awaiting the next chapter now keep audiences glued to their screens, binge-watching stories that unfold over seasons. Dickens understood the art of suspense, of making readers care deeply about what happened next, a lesson that storytellers of all kinds still learn from. Then there are the countless writers who have found inspiration in his words, authors like George Orwell and Gabriel Garcia Marquez have spoken of Dickens's influence, how his ability to capture the lives of ordinary people, their struggles, their joys, their quiet resilience, shaped their own storytelling. Even today, novelists crafting tales of social injustice or personal redemption often find themselves walking in his footsteps, whether they realize it or not. His fingerprints are there, subtle but unmistakable, in the way characters are drawn, in the way settings come alive with just a few carefully chosen details. But his influence goes beyond literature. Filmmakers, too, have been drawn to his stories, adapting them again and again, each interpretation bringing something new to the table, from the black and white charm of early cinema to the lush cinematography of modern productions. His tales have been reimagined in countless ways. Some stay faithful to the original text, while others take bold liberties, setting his stories in different times or places, proving just how timeless his themes truly are. A Christmas Carol alone has been remade in dozens of forms, animated, musical, even set in futuristic dystopias. Yet the heart of the story, its message of redemption and kindness, always remains. Theater, too, has embraced his work with open arms, Stage adaptations of his novels bring his bustling, chaotic worlds to life with live actors and immersive sets, letting audiences step directly into the streets of Victorian London. There is something deeply comforting about seeing these stories performed, about hearing the words spoken aloud, just as they might have been in Dickens's own public readings. The warmth of live performance carries his voice forward, making it feel as though he is right there in the room. Beyond the arts, his impact can be felt in the way we think about society itself. Dickens was unafraid to shine a light on poverty, on the struggles of the working class, on the injustices that too often went unseen. His writing helped to awaken the public conscience, influencing social reforms and inspiring activists who fought for better conditions for the poor. Even today, organizations working to combat homelessness or child poverty sometimes draw on his words, using them to remind people that these issues are not new and that change is possible. Schools and universities still teach his novels, not just as relics of the past, but as living texts that speak to modern concerns. Students analyze his portrayal of industrialization, of bureaucracy, of the gap between rich and poor, and often find eerie parallels to their own world. The lessons hidden in his stories about empathy, about the dangers of greed, about the importance of community, are just as relevant now as they were in the 19th century. And then there are the quieter ways his legacy endures. In the homes where parents read Oliver Twist to their children, in the book clubs where friends discuss Bleak House, in the quiet moments when someone picks up David Copperfield for comfort during a difficult time, his words have become a kind of companion, a steady presence in an ever-changing world. Even in places he never could have imagined, his influence lingers. The internet, with its endless streams of content, has given rise to fan communities dissecting his work, creating modern retellings, or simply sharing their favorite passages. Podcasts and audiobooks carry his voice into the ears of listeners commuting to work or winding down for bed. Social media platforms buzz with quotes from his novels, reminding people of his wit, his wisdom, his deep understanding of human nature. And so, as time moves forward, Dickens's stories continue to breathe, to shift, to find new life in unexpected ways. They are not frozen in the past, but live and grow with each new reader, each new interpretation. They remind us that great stories are never truly finished. They simply change hands, passing from one generation to the next, gathering new meanings along the way. Now, as the night deepens and the world outside grows quieter, we can rest knowing that his words are still here, still speaking to those who need them. They are in the dog-eared copies of his books, on bedside tables, in the echoes of adaptations, on screens and stages, in the quiet conversations of those who find solace in his tales. His voice, though from another time, still feels close, still feels warm, still feels like a friend. And as sleep gently takes hold, we can let go with the quiet assurance that his stories will continue, just as they always have, to weave themselves into the lives of those who come after us, like the soft glow of a lamp left burning in a window. His words remain, a steady light in the darkness, guiding, comforting, enduring. The night may pass, the years may roll on, but some voices never fade. They simply settle into the quiet places of the world, waiting to be heard again when the time is right. So rest now, knowing that the stories will still be there in the morning. They have lasted this long, after all, and they will last longer still, wrapped in the comfort of these words. We'll drift together into the next part of this soothing biography. Charles Dickens is often remembered in broad strokes, a bearded Victorian gentleman, the creator of Ebenezer Scrooge and Tiny Tim, a writer of sprawling novels filled with orphans and foggy London streets, but like any figure who looms so large in the cultural imagination, his story has been smoothed and softened over time, the rough edges worn away by retelling. The real Dickens was far more complicated, far more human than the caricature of the benevolent storyteller so often presented. One of the most persistent myths is that Dickens was always a champion of the poor, a sentimental advocate for the downtrodden. While it's true that his novels exposed the harsh realities of industrial England, the workhouses, the debtors' prisons, the grinding poverty, his personal views were not always so straightforward. He could be deeply compassionate, yes, but also judgmental, even harsh, particularly when it came to those he saw as undeserving of sympathy. His letters and essays reveal a man who believed in self-improvement, who sometimes blamed the poor for their own suffering as much as he blamed the systems that trapped them. He wrote with fury about child labor, yet in his own life, he sent his wife away and was often distant from his many children. The man who gave us the heart-wrenching plea of Oliver Twist asking for more food was also the man who, in private, could be cold and controlling. Another common misconception is that Dickens' stories were always heartwarming, always ending in redemption and joy. We think of A Christmas Carol with its tearful reunions and Scrooge's transformation, and assume all his tales followed the same arc. But many of his novels are far darker, far more ambiguous. Little Nell's death in the Old Curiosity Shop is not a gentle passing, but a prolonged, almost unbearable sorrow. The endings of Bleak House or Great Expectations are not neatly tied with bows. They are messy, unresolved, sometimes even bitter. Dickens understood that life rarely offers perfect conclusions, and his best work reflects that. Yet, over time, adaptations and abridged versions have sanded down these edges, turning his complex narratives into simpler moral fables. Then there is the image of Dickens as the quintessential family man, the cheerful patriarch gathering his children around the hearth to tell stories. The truth is more complicated. His marriage to Catherine Hogarth was deeply unhappy, and when he separated from her, he did so publicly, writing a letter that was printed in newspapers, casting her as unfit and himself as the wronged party. He fell in love with a young actress, Ellen Ternan, and though the exact nature of their relationship remains debated, it was certainly a source of scandal in its time. The man who wrote so tenderly of domestic bliss in his fiction struggled to find it in his own life. Even the way we imagine Dickens' London is often romanticized. We picture gaslit streets, bustling markets, and cheeky street urchins, a world that feels almost like a fairy tale. But Dickens' London was also a place of filth and disease, of open sewers and rampant crime. He didn't shy away from these realities. If anything, he forced his readers to confront them. The vividness of his descriptions, the choking fog, the stench of the Thames, the clamor of crowded tenements, came from his own deep familiarity with the city's underbelly. As a child, he had worked in a blacking factory while his father was in debtor's prison, an experience that left him with a lifelong fear of poverty and a fierce drive to succeed. The London of his novels is not a postcard, but a living, breathing, often brutal place. And then there is the myth of Dickens as a solitary genius, spinning his tales in isolation. In truth, he was deeply connected to the literary and social world of his time. He edited magazines, gave public readings, corresponded with other writers, and even dabbled in theater. He was a showman as much as a writer, performing his own work with such intensity that audiences wept or fainted. He understood the power of storytelling, not just on the page, but in the air, in the shared experience of a crowd. His fame was not an accident. He cultivated it, shaping his public image with care. Perhaps the greatest misunderstanding is that Dickens' work is frozen in time, a relic of the Victorian era, with little to say to modern readers. But his themes, injustice, resilience, the struggle for dignity, are timeless. His humor, his anger, his tenderness still resonate. The bureaucratic absurdity of the circumlocution office in Little Dorrit feels eerily familiar today. The desperation of Joe the crossing sweeper in Bleak House, who don't know nothing, echoes in the lives of the invisible poor in any city, in any century. Dickens' genius was not just in capturing his own time, but in revealing the constants of human nature, our capacity for cruelty and kindness, our longing for connection, our stubborn hope. So as the night settles around us and the world outside grows quieter, we can let go of the simplified versions, the easy myths. The real Dickens is still there, waiting in the pages of his books, not just the jolly Father Christmas of literature, but the complicated, flawed, fiercely brilliant man who saw the world in all its beauty and horror and refused to look away. His stories endure not because they are comforting fairy tales, but because they are true. And truth, no matter how old, never really fades. Rest now, knowing that the books will still be there in the morning, ready to be read again, ready to reveal something new each time. The words remain, steady as a candle flame in the dark, waiting for whoever needs them next. Sleep well, and let the stories keep watch until dawn. Now, as we continue our gentle journey through this remarkable life, let us explore the next chapter as we come to the close of our journey through the life and legacy of Charles Dickens. Let us take a moment to linger in the quiet glow of his enduring presence. His was a life of extraordinary energy, of boundless imagination, and of deep, abiding compassion. A life that spilled over into the pages of his books, leaving behind a world far richer than the one he found. Born into hardship, shaped by struggle, Dickens carried the scars of his early years with him always. The boy who pasted labels on jars in a blacking factory, the young man racing through London streets as a reporter, the novelist who poured his grief and joy into his work. All these versions of him live on in his stories. He wrote not just to entertain, but to bear witness, to give voice to those who had been silenced. The orphans, the debtors, the clerks and cobblers and crossing sweepers, they all found a home in his prose. Their sorrows and small triumphs preserved like pressed flowers between the pages. And what a vast garden of stories he left behind, from the fog-choked alleys of Bleak House Asterisk to the bustling warmth of the old curiosity shop Asterisk, from the cold-hearted scheming of Great Expectations to the redemptive glow of A Christmas Carol Asterisk. His worlds are so vivid, so alive, that stepping into them feels less like reading and more like remembering. His characters walk beside us still. Ebenezer Scrooge shivering in his nightshirt, Miss Havisham in her yellowed wedding gown, Little Nell with her fragile grace. They are more than ink and paper. They are old friends, whispering their truths across the centuries. But Dickens was no saint, no untouchable monument. He was human, flawed, sometimes cruel in his personal life, often torn by contradictions. He championed the poor, yet clung to respectability. He exposed injustice, yet feared radical change. This complexity only makes him more real, more relatable. His greatness lies not in perfection, but in his refusal to simplify, to pretend that people or society could ever be neatly sorted into heroes and villains. Life, as he knew, was messier than that. His influence stretches far beyond literature. He reshaped Christmas, turning it from a quiet holiday into a season of generosity and warmth. He helped spark reforms in prisons, schools, and workhouses, using his fame as a weapon against indifference. Even today, his name is shorthand for a certain kind of storytelling, one that mixes laughter and tears, that finds the extraordinary in the ordinary, that insists on hope even in the darkest corners. Modern adaptations keep his stories fresh, but they need no updating to feel relevant. The greed of Scrooge, the resilience of Oliver Twist, the bureaucratic nightmares of Asterisk Little Dorrit asterisk. They all speak to our world as clearly as they did to his. Technology changes, fashions shift, but the human heart remains the same. We still know what it is to dream, to suffer, to love, to fail. And so we still need Dickens, not as a relic, but as a guide. In quieter moments, you can almost sense him at his desk, lamp burning late into the night, pen scratching furiously across the page. There's something comforting in that image, the writer at work, spinning stories to make sense of the chaos, just as we now turn to his words to make sense of ours. The room may be long gone, the lamp extinguished, but the stories remain, glowing softly like embers in the hearth. So, as you drift toward sleep tonight, let the rhythm of his sentences lull you, the rolling cadence of his descriptions, the gentle humor, the sudden flashes of beauty. Imagine the cobbled streets of Victorian London outside your window, the clip-clop of horses' hooves fading into the distance, the lamplighter making his rounds. The world he built is still here, waiting whenever you wish to return. And though Dickens himself is gone, his voice endures, clear, insistent, alive. It murmurs in the rustle of turning pages, in the quiet hush of a winter's night, in the faint echo of laughter from some long ago Christmas. His words are a lantern in the dark, steady and unchanging, lighting the way for anyone who needs them. So close your eyes now and let the stories carry you. The morning will come soon enough, and with it, fresh pages to explore. But for now, rest. Let the characters keep watch. Tiny Tim with his crutch, Sam Weller with his quick wit, Sidney Carton with his quiet sacrifice. They'll stand guard until dawn, till the world wakes and the next chapter begins. Sleep deeply, peacefully, knowing that some stories never end. They simply wait, patient as the moon, for the next reader to bring them to life again. Good night, and may your dreams be as rich and full as Dickens' own imagination.